One an iron helmet embedded with a crimson stone sits on the rocks, reflecting the last rays of the setting sun as the exhausted warriors slowly catch their breath after the grueling clash. Resting up, the comrades talk peacefully with each other, sipping cool drinks from their mugs and sharing their impressions. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes from afar, sending the birds into the sky as they panic and flee. Everyone immediately notices this unusual bird behavior and turns their heads in alarm toward the noise. Hyunsung watches, completely perplexed, unable to comprehend this sudden mass flight, wondering why all the feathered creatures are fleeing the neighborhood. He focuses his dark eyes and starts scanning the surroundings, hoping to solve this bizarre mystery. That is when Hyunsung notices the metal mug in his hand starting to tremble from some deep, incomprehensible vibration in the ground. The hero looks around, trying to assess the situation and locate the source. Suddenly, a scout yells out a warning. A massive sea beast is heading straight for them. Their captain loudly orders the Wind Blade fighters to immediately prepare for the incoming clash. A legendary, ancient monster from the oldest lore is rapidly closing in. As the terrifying beast draws near, the earth shakes violently under their feet from its massive, heavy strides. This horror of the deep boasts incredibly sharp fangs and an immensely terrifying appearance. The aggressive beast lets out a deafening growl, lunging directly at the frightened humans, but after activating special skill, their seasoned commander steps up and calmly advises them not to panic. He urges his comrades to stand strong and repel this massive incoming threat. Under these reassuring words, their fear slowly fades away as confidence returns. After all, the Wind Blades are the absolute elite, boasting the greatest fighters in the entire kingdom. Our hero Hyunsung feels incredibly proud to be part of this legendary team. He knows he must lock in and find his determination. Steeling his mind, he readies himself. Hyunsung, who only has level 1 strength, knows he must get dangerously close to the monster. He takes a brave step forward, showing he is ready to face this terrifying giant. In a flash, our hero leaps, launching himself incredibly high into the air, right over the beast's head. He wields his twin daggers, diving straight at the massive creature. On impact, his weapons erupt with a purple glow, shattering the dark with a magical energy cross-section. Suddenly, Hyunsung wakes up from this vivid dream. The 27-year-old is slowly returning back to reality. Just 3 years ago, he was a normal student, completely oblivious to what was coming. Then, severe tragedy struck when his father was hospitalized with terminal illness. It was Mana deficiency syndrome, which first appeared 19 years ago when the parallel dimension gates opened. Since then, the human world has been completely turned upside down. Ordinary people began awakening, suddenly gaining amazing magical powers and unbelievable strength. Yes, the cosmic gateways changed everything forever. It seemed like a massive blessing, a rare opportunity for humanity, but the gate quickly turned into a brutal curse, bringing endless suffering and misery to ordinary people. Monsters pouring from a parallel world caused unimaginable, permanent damage to civilization itself. Mysterious, incurable illnesses emerged, like a dangerous mana deficiency striking common citizens. Fortunately, awakened players stepped up to fight the beasts, shielding helpless civilians from the invasion. In return, they made massive fortunes selling rare items harvested from the monsters. Anyone connected to these high-tier players managed to build incredible wealth through trade, but for Hyunsung, this gate was an absolute curse, totally ruining his normal life. The required inhibitor medicine needed rare gems dropped only by the most lethal monsters. This treatment cost a fortune, forcing Hyunsung's mother to work 2 grueling jobs. His older sister even spent all her wedding savings on medical bills. Yet the money was never enough. After finishing his main shift, Hyunsung rushed straight to a part-time gig, but his wages still fell short. The Young man was trapped in a suffocating cycle with no escape in sight. If only he could awaken as a player, then all these crushing struggles would vanish in an instant. He could smash boulders with his bare hands like a true superhuman, or leap over towering skyscrapers without breaking a sweat, just like those legendary heroes from the comic books. It would be amazing to wield that kind of absolute power even for a single day. Exhausted, the boy lay in bed, drifting off to sleep. In his heart, Hyunsung knew his family's agonizing problems would vanish if he became an awakener, but that was like winning the lottery. Honestly, the odds were basically zero, so he brainstormed other ways to survive. Still, his deepest dream was to become an elite, highly ranked player. If anyone could just choose to awaken, though, the entire world would be superpowered by now. Still, Hyunsung hoped that fate might eventually hand him that one golden ticket. He sighed, realizing it was time to wash up and sleep. Tomorrow would be another exhausting workday. Suddenly, a strange, inexplicable energy flooded the small bedroom, bathing everything in a mystical glow. Hyunsung's laundry and towels began floating into the air, lifted by some invisible, swirling wind. Right in front of him, a glowing blue system interface appeared, declaring that he had finally awakened. He stared in absolute, breathless shock. Struggling to process what this miracle actually meant, he recalled stories of people having heart attacks from winning massive lotteries, and now Hyunsung finally understood that exact feeling of sheer, terrifying shock. Gathering his wits, the young man quietly muttered the command status window, praying to see some legendary combat specifications, but reading his actual stats, his excitement instantly froze. He stared in utter confusion at the dismal numbers. Usually, brand new players start with 10 points per stat, but he only had 5. Hyunsung had awakened, but his base attributes looked incredibly weak and pathetic. His eyes drifted down, noticing he didn't have a single skill, not a single passive or active ability. Hyunsung screamed at the top of his lungs, furious at the absolute unfairness. A complete joke. It felt like the world was actively bullying him. Alone in his room, he sat trying to process this complete disaster. Even the absolute weakest players usually started with over 40 points in total. Hyunsung counted his stats on his fingers: 5, 3, 4, and 1. When he finished, a sad smile crept onto his face. Only 18 total points. While everyone else averaged 50, why was he left with just 18? He soon realized that leveling up would only grant him 5 stat points. Hyunsung would need to reach level 6 or 7 to equal normal level 1 players. On top of that, he lacked those essential starting skills that newbies usually received in bulk. People who got lucky with great abilities were instantly treated like absolute royalty and celebrated as stars of society. Most newly awakened players received standard roles like damage dealer, tank, or healer. In fact, 99% of them unlocked at least one useful skill right away. Some even got special high-tier traits that let them level up much faster. But those cheat-like traits were for the elite, like Kim Hana, who awakened twice. There are barely 10 people like her in the entire world. Even the most useless players, who couldn't grow their strength at all, still had baseline abilities. In 19 years of living, Hyunsung had never heard of anyone awakening with absolutely nothing. Not once. Staring at his screen, he suddenly noticed a weird, tiny button hidden in the corner. He stared at the odd icon, thinking it was probably useless junk. But the moment he tapped it, a mysterious shop interface flashed to life. Right before Hyunsung's eyes, a massive catalog filled with high-tier weapons appeared. He stared in disbelief. These were rare, high-quality weapons. It seemed way too good to be true, but when his eyes drifted to the price tags, his jaw dropped in complete shock. The numbers were absolutely astronomical. Hyunsung muttered to himself about the system, wanting money even here, wondering what this shop was actually for. He realized that points were the currency used for these transactions. Looking at his own balance, he gasped. He had 2 billion points. Now that is what you call hitting the ultimate jackpot. As he browsed, his eyes caught on another listing in the catalog. Hyunsung spotted an item that left him completely frozen in place. Legendary tier. He absolutely could not believe it actually existed. Humans only knew of heroic tier, yet this store went far beyond. He carefully reached out his finger, touching the screen to check details. A legendary demonic rod, but there was a massive catch. Every single stat and description was completely hidden from view. He couldn't purchase it yet because his level was far too low. Even if he had 10 billion points, restrictions still blocked him. Still, he kept scrolling, spotting endless rare treasures in the shop. Hyunsung suddenly wondered if there was something that could save his family. Maybe a cure for his father's critical illness lay hidden inside. He scrolled through the store's catalog, trying to find what he needed. Our hero spotted a growth elixir on sale that absolutely exceeded his wildest expectations. Usually anything labeled an elixir was the ultimate crown jewel among in-game items. But Hyun could only sit there wishing he actually had the cash to afford it. Since he had finally figured out how this system worked, he had a realization. Maybe he should have started trading. After all, the merchant class was widely considered the absolute richest and most prosperous group in this world. Then, while browsing the system's mystery store, Hyun stumbled onto another massive discovery. He found special items designed to boost his physical strength. It was incredible that these things even existed. It got him thinking about buying them cheap and flipping them for a profit, but he quickly shook his head without building his own skills and unlocking exclusive abilities. He would never reach the top. Hyun had to weigh every single decision. To become a truly powerful player, right now he was holding a small red ruby that shimmered brightly in the daylight, gripping the stone. He couldn't help but wonder what it would actually taste like. He decided to experiment right then, cautiously tasting the mysterious gem. Instantly, a surge of strange and incredibly powerful energy exploded inside his body. It felt like his muscles were rapidly expanding, building brand new mass everywhere. Literally in a matter of seconds, he began to transform. Hyun was turning into a total powerhouse with an incredibly shredded physique. He was drenched in sweat from the raw, intense strain of the transformation. To think spending just 10,000 points gave him the results of several hard years of training, he knew he had to keep accumulating more system points to grow even stronger. That was when he noticed an item mastery skill and bought it on the spot. Confident he could make a profit, he brainstormed the perfect place to list his valuable new commodity, but things didn't go smoothly. His brilliant sales plan hit an entirely unexpected and frustrating roadblock. A notification popped up showing a steep 20% sales commission. To his utter dismay, Hyun realized he had no choice but to accept. Those were just the rules of the market. Shrugging it off, he got to work buying a massive batch of stat-boosting upgrades. He loaded up on colorful green, red, and blue crystals. Next up, he had to figure out if he should actually go and register. Heading outside, a female guild staff member approached him to ask what happened. Hyun explained that he had recently awakened and wanted to sign up officially. The receptionist understood, but she looked incredibly anxious and visibly worried. She gently asked if he was a bit too old to be awakening now, and if he really had gained any power. Hyun frowned, asking her what exactly she meant by calling him old. She quickly explained that she had never seen anyone awaken at such a late stage. Normally, the maximum age for awakening is 18. Hyun still didn't get what the big deal was until he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. He had somehow aged rapidly, turning into a decrepit and frail old man. He aged into an old man in just hours. People gossiped about this strange grandfather. Some claimed awakening, others suspected dementia, but Hyun realized the truth. In this world, absolutely nothing is free. the guy stared at his reflection. He looked like a frail old man, unable to believe what just happened. Hyun had absolutely no idea what to do in this desperate situation. He watched helplessly as his strength and accumulated points drained away, one by one. Back home, Hyun brooded over how his life could fall apart like this. He has less than a year and a half to live. He urgently needs more time. To extend his lifespan, Hyun eyed a few random trinkets lying on his table. Maybe he could sell them. He picked up his old handheld gaming console. It seemed like worthless, outdated junk, but holding the device, he paused. He decided to test it out and confirmed it still worked perfectly. Suddenly, a system notification popped up offering to list the item for sale. It takes a 20% commission. Hyun decided to list the handheld anyway. He placed it in the system shop window, initiating an automatic scan. It analyzed the device's gaming performance to determine a fair price. Hyun was shocked that the system actually allowed real-world items to be sold. Suddenly, he saw the mind-blowing money-making potential right in front of him. In the real world, this old console would only fetch a small amount. So Hyun listed it for a massive premium, risking it for a huge profit. He couldn't help but laugh, thinking about how absurd the price tag was. But hey, it did come bundled with 40 pre-installed games. Fair enough, right? With the listing live, Hyun immediately began hunting for other items to put up. Meanwhile, a wealthy high-level player with a massive jewel collection browsed the store. The rich buyer grit his teeth, muttering that the current listings were useless. Another visitor sighed, feeling like they already owned everything on display. Nearby, a bored female player craved something completely fresh and exciting. She had all the standard gear and wanted something to break the monotony. She wanted thrilling player battles to cure her absolute boredom. Little did she know, this shop was about to become an absolute gold mine. Suddenly, she noticed something incredibly bizarre sitting in the store window. A system alert confirmed a brand new, unique item was up for grabs. She stared at her screen and realized she absolutely had to buy it immediately. Moments later, Hyun saw the sale notification and his worried frown vanished. It worked, his lifespan directly linked to his in-game points. He realized that to survive, he needed points as fast as possible. He sat back, calculating how to recover every single point he had lost. Yet one confusing detail kept bothering him about this entire trading scheme. Who on earth would buy old junk for such crazy prices? But as soon as Hyun listed another item, another player bought it instantly. This time it was a watch. The buyer did not even understand what it did. She stared at the strange object, mesmerized by changing numbers. Her eyes practically sparkled with excitement over this never-before-seen tech. Clutching her new purchase, she couldn't get over how cool it was. Happily buying up more of his junk, she couldn't wait to show it off. In this strange game, absolutely anything can help you develop. She picks up a mysterious smartphone with a completely shattered screen. The device is so glitchy, it displays a network registration error. On top of that, the connection is terrible and apps crash. The blonde girl stands there, completely clueless about what it actually is. Still, she loves holding the phone and tapping those colorful icons. Just like that, her eyes light up even brighter than ever before. Accidentally opening the camera, she thinks the screen is a mirror. She finds the photo effects and starts exploring all the options. The curious customer gets immediately drawn to the various cute filters. She decides to try one out as a fun, quick little experiment. Peering into the screen, she is pleasantly shocked by the result. She looks incredibly adorable, wearing a digital fluffy white bunny mask. The buyer simply cannot tear herself away from this cool toy. Snapping selfie after selfie, she is genuinely enjoying the whole process. She stares at herself, feeling quite embarrassed by how pretty she looks. Remarkably, the customer quickly learns how to operate this mysterious smartphone. Even though she had zero clue earlier, she is now a pro. She is even catching the lucky lighting inside this virtual world, just to secure a great shot while the other girl is fuming. She completely missed her chance to buy any interesting new items. If she ever finds who snatched them, they are in for revenge. The black-haired girl hopes she can still buy something cool here. Looking at the random junk she bought, she smiles with relief. She realizes she did not get ripped off on quality after all. Suddenly, her left eye glows with a brilliant, mystical blue light. Mystical energy fills the room as she tries to use her eye, wanting to analyze the true purpose of these mysterious items. She cannot even begin to guess what this strange junk is for. It is getting pretty frustrating trying to solve this bizarre mystery. But then her expression shifts completely. It looks like an unexpected, brilliant idea has popped into her head. Her eyes spot that there is not even a trace of magic on them. How is that possible? She starts sweating from the sheer confusion. The intense mental strain is making her break into a nervous sweat. Meanwhile, the devil has actually figured out how to play her console. The little demon has completely mastered all the controls of the mysterious device. Currently, she is deeply involved in one of the games. The gameplay is so addictive, she simply cannot look away from it. Sadly, things do not go well, and she loses the final level. Sitting on her majestic throne, the little devil is absolutely devastated. Losing a simple game makes her scream with pure, unbridled fury. She is so incredibly angry that the massive chandelier begins to wobble. Clenching her teeth in sheer rage, her anger fills the room. Her pupils roll back completely, leaving her eyes entirely blank in frenzy. Fuming with rage, a girl screams inside her dingy palace about a monster. It slayed her, game over. Meanwhile, Hyunsung steps outside to think. He stands next to a stranger's expensive car, plotting a new scheme too. Make some quick cash. He actually tries to list the car in his system shop, hoping for a massive profit, but the system sends a quick warning about other people's property being strictly banned from any sales on the trading platform. Hyunsung is pretty disappointed since he genuinely believed this cheeky scheme would make a massive amount of cash instantly. Instead, he decides to list some random junk from his own personal belongings to slowly build up his system points. That is when a completely broken fan he spotted on the street near a dumpster catches his eye since the trashed fan is abandoned and he claims it. The device legally becomes his official property. After a quick scan, he gets notified that the broken junk cannot be listed for more than 10 points. Hyunsung realizes this is the ultimate trap of the system shop and its ridiculous rules, but he is still glad he managed to sell something, making this a minor but satisfying win. Still, he starts to realize what a fool he was because his initial trading strategy was totally off from the start. Only 11 days left to live, seriously, but with his new power he can fight. He can make his remaining time count. Then, an unexpected alert flashes. System alert that leaves him utterly baffled and trying to understand its meaning. A highly disgruntled customer has filed an official complaint against him, and getting too many reports will absolutely tank his merchant rating in no time. He wonders how this is even possible and who could have sent such a harsh complaint about quality. Honestly, who complains about junk in a game? Does this high-tech system actually have a strict merchant review system for honesty? But for our hero, these petty store reviews are not his biggest concern. Hyunsung decides to play it safe and simply lower his current prices on all the active listings inside the dimensional shop to attract buyers. He waits anxiously, praying that some customer will finally buy his discounted items. After a long, intense silence, his screen finally lights up with a long-awaited alert that every single listed item has successfully sold out. Hyunsung is pleasantly shocked since he never expected anyone to purchase his random household garbage for those prices. The young man realizes he can probably sell off even more of his old home supplies and clutter. But his triumph is cut short. Another angry report lands in his inbox. Hyunsung is annoyed. No way, this is definitely a targeted attack. Then a cascade of new alerts starts rolling in on his interface. He gets reported for selling his old smartphone, then a scratched wristwatch. The watch was technically functional, just extremely old and completely out of battery power. Soon, annoyed buyers flood his inbox with more reports about his cheap cigarettes and an empty plastic lighter with absolutely no gas. He realizes he was way too vague with his listing descriptions, and he cannot keep scamming buyers like this. He complains that these customers buy way too fast, giving him zero time to edit his listings. Then a final warning flashes on screen from the strict system shop. His trading activities are officially suspended for 3 days due to severe violations. He must resolve the customer complaints within this deadline or face worse consequences. A 3-month ban is waiting. Game over. He packs up an old phone with its charger to sell as a complete set. His potential buyers are just like him, other players with strange, unique abilities. They have very bizarre needs. The customers buying his tech are different. They clearly come from another world and barely understand basic human technology. Hyunsung realizes he needs to provide clear instructions and proper descriptions next time. He boots up his laptop to find a solution. He browses standard online marketplaces to check the going rates for junk. Scanning through second-hand websites, the young man notices something quite depressing. Used items sell for almost nothing here. He considers buying 10 cheap pieces. But a sudden red notification pops up warning him of insufficient funds. Broke again, Hyunsung anxiously searches his pockets to check. He pulls out his worn wallet, absolutely empty. He stares in utter disbelief. He has almost zero cash left, total disaster. Should he sell his rare skill books, he still cannot register officially. Without player status, those books are useless, totally worthless. Then a sudden spark of inspiration hits, a new way to make cash. He grabs his phone and begins searching the web with frantic energy. Hyunsung sits back, carefully weighing his options to fix his desperate situation. He needs to be smart about this. Suddenly, a new alert flashes. A fresh message arrives on screen, instantly capturing his complete attention. He grabs his tattered jacket, time to move. He sprints out into the cold streets. Will this finally solve his money problems? Hyunsung knows he simply must keep moving forward to find a way out of this mess. A new morning breaks at the construction site where he still must grind. He shows up for another exhausting shift of heavy lifting for literal pennies. He grabs a massive sack of cement with shocking ease, then grabs several more. Lifting heavy cement suddenly feels effortless, like a feather. His jaw-dropped coworkers stare in disbelief at his newly discovered freakish strength. They crowd around him, demanding to know where he got this power. They ask if he has been secretly working out at some crazy gym. Hyunsung just laughs it off, claiming it is from endless part-time hustle. Just normal labor, he lies with a straight face. 3 long days have finally passed since his trading account was locked up. With the temporary ban finally lifting, he is desperate to start selling. He needs to make some serious money to buy actual quality goods. No more cheap junk, he does it right. He prepares to list his new items with incredibly precise, detailed descriptions. But just as he smiles, everything goes completely sideways. His hopeful expression instantly freezes into a look of absolute dread. Another angry player has filed a complaint against his store. How many more of these setbacks can his poor heart handle? If he gets a permanent ban now, his dream is completely dead. He is banned from trading. The poor guy is sitting there, literally getting sick from pure stress. His nerves are completely shot. All 20 of his listed items received major complaints. Every single item was defective. That means a 3-month lockout. Hyun thinks in total horror. How could 20 out of 20 items end up defective, and they were all his own goods? He desperately tries to figure out what the problem is, reading through a console review. The buyer wrote that the seller did not even think about adding batteries to the portable set-top box to make it work. Then he gets another complaint about the smart glasses and a broken remote lacking any batteries. Hyun is absolutely furious. Why are these buyers being so rude in their complaints? They should have just waited a bit longer. He feels like he is slowly going completely insane with all the ridiculous nonsense happening inside this trading system. He realizes that if he cannot sort out these massive problems in 4 days, what will even happen to him? He is completely frustrated and feels the sheer weight of not being able to resolve this incredibly difficult issue. Hyun is deeply angry at the unfair circumstances that he cannot control with his decisions. But a brand new day arrives. He starts earning cash again to buy high-quality items to resell later. While his supernatural power is currently active, he knows he must seize these favorable moments as quickly as possible. It has been 3 full days since he last dealt with complaints about poor quality merchandise. Hyun prepares very carefully and buys a few items again, but with much more care and attention. Soon, he is sitting in front of the system window, deeply lost in thought about trading strategies and item quality. He keeps thinking about that annoying buyer who purchased all his stock, only to file petty complaints over absolutely nothing. Hyun ponders in silence, wondering how long those batteries will even last. They seem pretty old and worn out. Suddenly, the long-awaited notification pops up showing he is unbanned. To say he is overjoyed is an understatement. Suddenly, his mood completely shifts. He goes from pure joy to absolute shock at an unexpected system twist. Hyun receives a notification that every single one of his items has been successfully listed in the catalog. Even better, all active complaints regarding his sold goods have been resolved completely in favor of the seller by the system itself. Hyun is genuinely thrilled that he managed to solve this impossible trading crisis. In the end, our guy has already earned 2 billion points. Can you even imagine that kind of profit? It easily exceeds his wildest expectations. He feels incredibly proud of his own hard work and determination. He smiles, realizing that this is what true success feels like in both his personal life and his career. Hyun starts planning what to sell next, maybe a game console or an old phone. But then he realizes a major detail that completely shifts his plans. For the future, first of all, since he looks like a young man again, he can officially register as a player. This allows him to easily obtain player certificate and start a week of training at a specialized beginner training center. He can repeat this training as many times as he likes until he successfully passes the final license exam. But if a trainee gets desperate and cannot pass, too bad. They will just end up without license. You are not a player, so awakening is just the first step of a long journey before anyone can become a true professional player. The committee solemnly congratulates Hyunsung for passing this difficult qualifying exam. Onlookers wonder why he gets so much attention. He gets massive applause. Naturally, everyone stares. They assume he prefers staying in the shadows due to his rare trading skill. But honestly, he is just dying of embarrassment. The thought of standing out this much among the other trainees makes him cringe. 3 full weeks pass. The guys finally gather to celebrate their hard work. Out of nowhere, a classmate walks up with a friendly smile. She invites Hyunsung to hang out after class. The pretty girl wants to celebrate their success together. Another classmate chimes in, saying they are all grabbing drinks to toast their successful graduation. Hyunsung politely turns them down, claiming he has urgent business. He insists that he has to hurry back home immediately to handle some things. The classmates shrug, whispering about his talent before heading out anyway. After leaving his classmates behind, Hyunsung heads straight to the busy player registration area. The clerk hands him his official player identification card. Holding this crucial card in his own hands feels like a dream come true. He verifies his newly printed personal details and thanks the staff. With this card, he can finally list his skill book. Selling this rare skill book is his absolute best shot at paying his father's heavy medical bills. He spends nearly 1 million points for a rare skill book at auction. The clerk tells him to make sure his future buyout payments are prompt. Otherwise, he will face a pretty heavy financial penalty. The hero spent all his savings on basic gear. He only had enough cash left to buy cheap starter equipment. This unfortunately meant buying the absolute cheapest iron armor and a low-quality sword. Without decent gear, you cannot even enter a basic dungeon to hunt. Outside the gate, party leaders are loudly shouting, desperately looking for reliable tanks. They are actively looking for anyone interested in clearing a dangerous, low-tier dungeon. An organizer loudly claims he rented the entire zone himself. But let's be real, absolute safety in a dungeon is always a complete lie. Still, Hyunsung knows low-level teams have a high demand for tanks. The chance of dying is low, but taking precautions is always smart. With his current skill set, he could easily slide into absolutely any group. But he declines. His actual goal today is to tackle the boss completely solo. Hyunsung plans to act as if he has fully mastered his purchased skills. This clever trick will keep his unique trading abilities completely hidden from everyone else. As he reaches the entrance, the guard looks at him in complete shock. The gatekeeper asks in sheer surprise if he is seriously entering the portal without any partner. The confident hunter calmly confirms this and walks straight into the dungeon. Behind him, onlookers whisper about his absolute recklessness inside. Even veteran players with high stats rarely attempt to hunt completely alone. But Hyunsung is not your average rookie player. Usually, hunters form tight teams because going solo into a dungeon is basically committing suicide. One wrong move inside a dungeon, and you are either dead or permanently crippled. That is why finding a reliable teammate to watch your back is so crucial. Having someone to pull you out of a tight spot makes all the difference. Despite all the warnings, Hyun decided to take on his first quest alone. Stepping into the dark abyss, his heart pounds with absolute dread and excitement. Since it is his very first raid, his anxiety is completely off the charts right now. Trembling, he lights a bright torch to cut through the heavy, suffocating darkness. He takes a slow, heavy step forward because there is absolutely no turning back for him now. This is it. He has officially entered a real monster hunting ground. Hyun creeps down the dark hallway, listening closely to every tiny rustle around him. Suddenly, a strange and disturbing sound echoes from deep within the ruins. Pushing forward, he finds a wounded rookie bleeding out on the cold stone. Just ahead, a massive mutant rabbit is thrashing a group of armored warriors. Hyun freezes. That thing is definitely not some harmless little forest bunny. Let's see if this inexperienced rookie crew can actually survive against this truly brutal beast. It is a ruthless predator with demonic horns and sharp fangs. The hunters shout loudly, desperately trying to draw the creature's aggressive attention. Their shouting only provokes the beast, pushing its rage to the absolute limit. With glowing red eyes, the monster charges the nearest warrior with terrifying speed. It wants nothing but blood. It is ready to tear them apart. The targeted warrior panics, staring death right in the face. Hands trembling, his heavy shield slips from his sweaty grasp. Watching from the shadows, Hyun is completely paralyzed by the sheer chaos. The desperate hunters scream at each other to strike right now. Hyun realizes these guys only finished basic rookie training 3 weeks ago. Just last month, they were completely ordinary people working in factories or attending schools. Their actual chances of clearing this dungeon at level 1 are basically zero. And yet, they refuse to back down, fighting with everything they have. Despite the massive power gap, they coordinate their attacks perfectly. They aim directly at the beast's soft, vulnerable underbelly. This is it. This is their only shot at taking the monster down. Oh man, look at that. This is where the real battle begins. Hyun stands there completely frozen, his mind racing in pure shock. He thought he was ready to conquer this place all by himself. But reality hits hard, crushing his arrogant assumptions instantly. He finally understands the true danger of these dark dungeons. In front of him, the monstrous beast prepares to strike again. Its terrifying claws tear through the air with deadly speed. The hunters barely dodge the incoming lethal blow. Sweat drips as they regroup for one final strike. They all realize that this is their one and only chance to strike. Hyun watches the desperate struggle, unable to even move a muscle. His foolish confidence is completely shattered as he finally realizes his own severe weakness. Right before his eyes, the terrifying battle reaches its boiling point. The party desperately tries everything to handle this hyper-aggressive mutant rabbit. The colossal beast swings its giant, white furry paw around, aiming to crush an armored defender, but with their combined efforts and coordinated team attacks, they manage to take down the dangerous threat. The killer rabbit collapses. Hyun simply watches the defeated monster fall heavily onto the stone dungeon floor. As the beast groans its last, Hyun realizes this grueling battle dragged on far longer than he had initially expected. It took 8 whole minutes for one rabbit. Things must go faster. To survive the tougher dungeons, that's when Hyun spots a patch on a teammate's uniform, identifying him as a guild security officer. Hyun doubts they can achieve anything serious with teammates like this. What's the point of even trying? Right then, someone speaks up, telling Hyun not to stress over the team's overall competence. For a seasoned veteran like this guy, these skills are plenty. And he immediately activates invisibility. Hyun stands silent in the gloomy dungeon, mapping out his strategy to survive this place entirely alone. Other players stroll past, happily chatting about how well they performed today. Liu-hee, the guild commander, and Jai-soo, the doctor, discuss their success. Jai-soo tells her to keep pushing forward, addressing her sisterly leader. The boss is bound to show up in the next zone, Liu-hee replies, hoping for exactly that, fully prepared to face her primary target. Meanwhile, the other hunters agree they must capture the boss alive at all costs, confident they can. Suhai wishes everyone good luck and urges caution in the upcoming boss battle. Other players try to boost morale, reminding everyone there is no need to worry, the party has more than enough strength for this task. After all, others quickly reply, does anyone really doubt their capabilities? But here is the real catch. This elusive boss rarely ever shows up. The mood quickly shifts as they admit they just wanted to avoid dampening spirits with bad news about the hunt. It is now the 15th day of tracking this incredibly slippery boss deep within the dark, dangerous dungeon. The goal of their 4th mission is to retrieve the boss rabbit's head as proof of victory. This monster itself is not a particularly tough opponent, but they still have not finished the job. He keeps hiding. The leader is already furious, swearing she will kill the boss the moment he shows his face. Meanwhile, shrouded in deep shadows, a few ordinary rabbits hide far from the main hunters. The party walks right past them, completely failing to notice the small creatures in the poorly lit hallways. As they move, they chat about hearing odd noises, assuming they are just distant echoes. Even Jai-soo, the experienced guild doctor, hears nothing truly suspicious in the soft rustling, but suddenly they spot someone ahead. They see Hyun approaching from the darkness, wondering who this lone traveler is. Suhai shrugs and tells the team not to pay him any mind. They need to stay focused on the quest. Still, Jai-soo quietly marvels at how incredible it is that he made it here completely solo, or perhaps lost his partner. Hearing this, the commander herself begins to study him very carefully. They decide to observe this strange hunter closely, locking their eyes on him. They immediately notice he doesn't have a single scratch on him, and he's actively using stealth. But these two veteran hunters simply cannot understand why someone with those skills is here all alone. It makes no sense until a fascinating theory hits their leader's mind. Suddenly, this mysterious guy's bizarre behavior and appearance start to make perfect sense. She tells the team to take a look at his cheap, low-tier rental gear. He is clearly just a clueless rookie, but he definitely didn't come here willingly. No amateur would dive into a high-level dungeon alone, meaning something else is going on. It's highly likely some veteran players tricked or forced him in here for their own dirty work. After all, even if a hunter has got a few decent skills, numbers don't lie. You still need to be at least level 30 to kill monsters here efficiently. But while the girls are busy whispering, Hyunsung goes ahead and makes his move. With one effortless strike, he absolutely obliterates the horned rabbit, leaving them speechless. Witnessing this impossible display of raw power sends a shockwave of disbelief through the group. Hyunsung looks down at the lifeless creature, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. A storm of complex, heavy emotions suddenly rushes over him all at once. He shudders slightly, staring at the grim scene on the cold stone floor of the dungeon. Sure, he only took down a simple rabbit, but the weight of taking a life hits him hard. In his mind, he quietly apologizes, begging for forgiveness from the fallen beast. But he is in a desperate corner himself, and he absolutely has to survive for his father. His sick dad, his mother, and his sister, they are all relying on him to make it back. But as he looks down at his first kill, a harsh reality check hits him. The monster is dead, yet there is absolutely no loot on the ground. This is a total disaster, ruining his hopes of getting rich quick in this place. Refusing to walk away empty-handed, Hyunsung decides to trigger his stealth skill once again. He slips back into the shadows, hunting for a much more valuable target. Spotting another rabbit, he sneaks up close, prepping a devastating surprise attack. With a single, precise slash, Hyunsung strikes from the shadows and drops the target instantly. That clean blow shows just how much his strength and mastery have grown. Watching from afar, the girls realize this guy is definitely no ordinary beginner. Jae-soo looks visibly shaken, turning to her commander with an anxious expression. This mysterious hunter's bizarre strength is completely throwing her off. The leader notices her distress, sensing how deeply worried her teammate really is. But let's pause for a second. There is a crucial rule in this world. You cannot farm targets with a level gap of more than 20 levels. If the monster is stronger than you, you get experience and decent loot. That is how players level up and gather valuable gear in these dungeons. But if the monster is over 20 levels below you, you get absolutely nothing. Usually their mana crystallizes into items, but a massive level gap ruins the drop. If the tier difference is too wide, the loot quality plummets to absolute zero. Once you hit that 20-level threshold, monsters drop nothing but empty air. Still, Hyunsung refuses to give up, moving on to hunt yet another rabbit. Suhai merely smiles, highly amused as she explains what's actually happening here. She confidently tells her team that this must be the rookie's very first hunt. Curiously, her subordinate asks what class and build this strange guy could possibly have. Looking at the fighter, the commander is starting to doubt her initial impressions. She realizes they need to closely observe this interesting kid and his combat. Everyone in the squad watches carefully, hoping to understand his unique style. Besides, the group commander has absolutely nothing better to do right now. And right before their eyes, a highly interesting spectacle begins unfolding. The squad continues watching as he methodically tears these rabbits apart. Unleashing his raw punching power and a lightning-fast strike, he obliterates them. But suddenly, the young hunter notices something unexpected on the ground. It is a sight that brings a massive smile to his face. Lying in the dirt is a rare blue crystal, glittering with light. Hyunsung is absolutely thrilled, instantly realizing the high value of this find. That makes 5 valuable drops during his solitary run, but something is off. There is one detail about this situation that he really does not like. He simply cannot understand why leveling up is taking so much effort. Even hunting entirely on his own, his progress has been incredibly slow. By now, Hyunsung should have reached at least level 2. But his experience points are barely budging, despite defeating so many monsters. Still, he estimates he can clear out this entire rabbit nest soon. He expects to clean out the rest of the cave within an hour. After 5 grueling hours of non-stop combat, he has cleared out most enemies. But looking at his character status window, he notices something highly bizarre. Hyunsung had always heard that levels rose quite easily on day 1. At most, 2 days of active hunting should easily guarantee a level up. That is when a deeply disturbing thought begins to creep into his mind. Jaisu warns the team that watching this strange hunter is getting awkward. Meanwhile, Hyunsung sits there completely frustrated, trying to process it all. He realizes his grand plans for rapid level progression are officially dead. Over 10 days, he earned 150 million points. He got that from selling electronics, but only 10 points for monster loot. That was the miserable auction price for selling a slain beast's body. He tells himself to stay positive, reminding himself this is just the beginning. It is a very long journey ahead, but as he tries to stay optimistic, one of the aggressive dungeon monsters slowly creeps up behind him. Even though his back is completely turned to the threat, he does not panic. With a single swift swing of his weapon, Hyunsung easily takes it down. Realizing there is absolutely no point sitting around idly, he stands up to keep hunting. No sooner has he finished off 1 rabbit than 3 more surround him. The hungry predators close in, but he quickly blocks an incoming strike. He deflects the creature's sharp claws with effortless grace, then counterattacks. 1 masterful slash chops the beast's head off, clean and precise. Taking lives seems so commonplace to him now that he does not even blink. But after spending several long, grueling hours inside this dark, gloomy cave, Hyunsung begins to feel completely exhausted, both physically and mentally. Just as the fighter reaches his absolute limit, the final beast lunges forward. A massive, angry rabbit with razor-sharp teeth leaps to tear him apart. Any careless opponent gets shredded, but Hyunsung handles this beast without breaking a sweat. He does not flinch or show any fear. Suddenly, a strange system alert pops up. The system delivers a highly important notification straight to the young warrior. It offers congratulations, stating he performed exceptionally and passed the training phase. But what does that actually mean? Hyunsung drops his bloody weapon onto the stone ground. Resting inside the damp cave, he quietly reflects on this bizarre new notification. Hyunsung wants answers about this mysterious screen that appeared out of nowhere. Turns out he unlocked a rare title, Horned Rabbit Hunter. He earned it by slaughtering endless waves of these beasts. Suddenly it clicks, he has seen this somewhere before. Special achievements boost core skills. It is a hidden game feature. Anyone can earn it if they spend days mindlessly grinding in the dungeon. But normally, players level up long before they hit the massive kill count. Earning a rare rank takes smart planning and perfectly managed resources. And check this out, while he is lost in thought, 2 girls are closely watching. Suhee chuckles softly, a very quiet laugh. This highly confuses her partner, who does not understand her sudden amusement. Staring at the young fighter, she easily recognizes his immense talent. He is definitely no ordinary rookie. In fact, he is quite fascinating. She recalls how effortlessly he executed that horned rabbit with 1 blow. Anyone can pull off a lucky strike once or twice in battle. Normally, she would just write this off as pure beginner luck. But Hyunsung did it repeatedly, showing flawless technique and insane precision every single time. He moved without a shred of hesitation, cutting down beasts mechanically. It was as if slaughtering monsters had become his second nature. Instead of wasting precious time on slow fights, he immediately decaps his targets. The whole process is incredibly simple for Hyunsung, almost like a walk in the park. He moves completely effortlessly, dealing massive damage with a single swing. His mastery over the blade is unbelievably precise. Seeing this wild performance, Jisoo decides it is time to step in. She wants to get to know this mysterious and highly skilled hunter. Meanwhile, Hyunseong holds up a glowing blue magic stone, examining his rare dungeon loot. He wonders if he should venture deeper into the dungeon to find stronger prey. Right then, the two girls decide to call out and make their presence known. They had been silently observing him from the shadows for quite some time. Hyunseong definitely did not expect to run into other humans deep down here. He scans the pair and immediately notices their top-tier, high-level gear. Who on earth are they? Jisoo steps forward, telling him there is no need to fear. She reassures him that they are actually part of the dungeon security patrol. Hyunseong is surprised, noting he assumed all the staff stayed near the main entrance. He adds that he did not sense them, and they lack official identification badges. Jisoo explains that they just finished a rescue mission to save a troubled team. Their job is to protect rookie hunters from getting slaughtered by high-level monsters. She claims he missed them because they were utilizing active stealth skills. This allowed them to walk right past the horned rabbits without being detected. He cannot even hear them breathing, such a masterful hiding presence. The young girl mentions they just happened to notice how he was. Skillfully hunting monsters all on his own, his outstanding abilities attracted the attention of the experienced female officers. Watching, so the girls ask if they can check what his current level of development is, but Hyunsung gets embarrassed. He is only level 1, but his skills add up to 270. He knows it is bad that these two strangers have noticed him and are so interested. The girls explain that they initially planned to walk past him, but simply could not stay. Indifferent, Suhi says she is curious about his battle technique, so she wants to ask a question. The commander mentions she represents the SA Guild, one of the most powerful organizations in the country. Hyunsung knows about the massive company in Korea called Soo Group, which sponsors the guild. The leader says that if the young hunter simply reveals his status, she will gladly help him join. Hyunsung realizes that this is bad. He must tread carefully around such powerful people, because these influential ladies will likely hinder his future growth if they discover the truth about his abilities. A level 1 player with insane skills. Talk about a massive target on his back. Everyone would absolutely lose their minds when he defeats monsters and gets 0 experience, with no clue how to solve this mystery. He immediately declines right then. He says he is sorry, but he has absolutely no interest. He actually turns right around, wanting to walk away from these pushy girls to leave quickly, but one of them immediately runs up and tells him to wait and not run off so fast. Hyunsung anticipates the worst. Obsessive attention like this is bound to lead to trouble. Suhi is standing right in front of him, quickly thinking of the best way to persuade him. Leaning closer, the commander asks if he somehow does not know their massive guild, to which Hyunsung hesitantly replies that he is actually well aware of their reputation and huge influence across the country. Suhi finds it strange that any hunter would refuse such a prestigious guild offer, as it is incredibly rare. Hyunsung replies that there is nothing weird about it, since it is his personal decision and right to choose. He explains that he prefers to work entirely alone and has no need for comrades. The guild leader then asks if he is bound by a contract to other teams, to which Hyunsung confidently replies in the negative. Reiterating his desire to fly solo, Jisoo is completely shocked. She is confused to hear such a flat refusal from a promising rookie. Watching their reactions, he realizes he has kind of convinced them that he is serious. He asks if they can now let him pass on, but the recruiters do not want to give up so easily and bring up a potential partnership in the near Future insisting that a low level with amazing skills is not a problem for them. Hyunsung replies to the suggestion that he will consider it when he gets some free time, and the girls. They offer to walk with him to the dungeon exit, but how does the hunter react to that? The leader says this is the easiest way for him to avoid various unwanted troubles and dangers along the way. But Hyunseong flat out responds to the offer with a total 100% refusal, wanting to go solo. The departing girl thinks that he is just a rude, ignorant rookie. Fine, whatever, sooner or later this stubborn guy will regret his choice. The party realizes they need to get out of there quickly, already exhausted from the long wait. Once outside, Hyunseong knows he has to tread carefully. There are plenty of powerful players lurking around here. The fighter turns around and looks pretty uncomfortable with all the unwanted eyes. Honestly, can you blame him? The hunter stares back at the giant gate, wondering if some players are still trapped. Deep inside those dangerous depths, he walks over to the taxi dispatch counter, where people usually book rides. Hyunseong climbs into the back seat and the driver politely asks where they are heading. The fighter just looks confused, clueless about where he should actually head next. The hunter tells the driver to just start moving and drive them away in any random direction. The taxi slowly merges into the bustling city traffic, carrying its quiet passenger away. Soon, Hyunseong gives his experienced driver a brand new destination for a different route, asking to be taken directly to the Blood Fox dungeon for his next raid. Hearing this, the driver realizes that the passenger must have already cleared the Horned Rabbit dungeon, offering a warm word of congratulations. The driver boasts that he has chauffeured countless players back and forth, making him an expert on every single dungeon route in town. The chatty driver launches into a long story about recently picking up some extremely famous high-ranking hunter. Hyunseong tunes out the endless gossip to open up his status window, only to find something shocking. He wonders if he can sweep through the other locations too. Near the entrance, voices cry out, "If a tank arrives, we go immediately." He hears various groups recruiting. Walking down the crowded street, he realizes the tense atmosphere around the dungeons is pretty much the same everywhere. The hunter approaches the registration desk to officially sign up for this deadly new raid. Hyunseong calmly tells the receptionist that he intends to run the place completely solo, absolutely wild. Naturally, this sudden declaration surprises and alarms the onlookers, since soloing is highly unusual for newcomers. The boss of this zone is a blood fox with razor-sharp fangs and glowing yellow predatory eyes. A crowd of veteran players clad in high-end gear stands near the entrance, busy discussing their raid strategy to take down the beast. Just like before, Hyunseong decides to observe the situation before making his move. Scanning the area, the fighter notices the guards on duty and spots a perfect, interesting opening. The security officers are practically dozing off at their post out of sheer boredom and fatigue. Hyunseong realizes this is his perfect shot, so he quickly activates his handy stealth skill. When it comes to clearing this Blood Fox dungeon, there is one crucial detail to remember. The monsters here are way more aggressive than usual. Hyun spots two red beasts charging ahead. They are closing fast. Intent to kill is clear, but the fighter looks completely fearless, focus locked on the upcoming battle. As they leap, he cleanly takes off their heads with one powerful sweep of his blade. He earns about 180 experience points per kill, way better than rabbits. Plus, weapon drops here are a bit stronger and higher quality, giving the rookie some serious motivation. So Hyun keeps grinding, methodically butchering these bloodthirsty red beasts to perfect his technique, sidestepping another strike. He slashes down another beast and quickly scans his surroundings. Wave 1 is officially cleared. He did it easily. But this dungeon is far from finished with him. Just then, a sudden movement deep in the dark corridors catches his eye. Hyun spots an endless sea of these blood foxes creeping out of the shadows toward their uninvited guest. Red beasts close in, bearing sharp fangs and showing bloodthirsty eyes. Instead of backing down, Hyun knows it is time to start the ultimate monster hunt. By 2 o'clock in the morning, the body count is nearly 300, absolute beast mode for one guy. Hyun celebrates finally hitting his massive milestone of 300 kills in a single night. The system rewards him with an achievement for his hard work. Just like with the rabbits, he hit his goal. Hyun earns the honorable title Blood Fox Hunter, and everything is playing out perfectly. He whispers the command to open his status window, carefully checking his updated stats. After that massive grind, he notices some pretty incredible changes. This time, he got a massive boost to his physical strength and stamina. Hyun realizes these awesome stat gains are tied directly to his new title as a hunter, but while he is studying the screen, he senses another massive wave of bloodthirsty beasts creeping up from behind. The foxes stare right at him with creepy, evaluating eyes, trying to gauge how dangerous this uninvited guest really is. Hyun just grins. All right, time to run a little mass slaughter experiment. Let the real massacre begin. 7 hours fly by and Hyun is still grinding non-stop deep inside this pitch-black dungeon. Honestly, even with his high stamina, this relentless slaughter is exhausting. Still, surviving a marathon grind like this is totally unreal for him. Over those 7 grueling hours, he piles up a literal mountain of dead foxes, leaving a crimson path in his wake. Finally, he receives a rare rank achievement for slaying exactly 1,000 blood foxes tonight. Hyun notices his raw strength stat went up by a full point. Huge progress for a beginner. This confirms his belief that he can actually reach epic rank if he just keeps pushing his limits. But before diving back into the madness, the exhausted young man needs a quick breather. He slumps down onto a cold stone ledge. Hyunsung already knows he is returning to this highly profitable dungeon tomorrow. He needs to keep gathering resources, and his bag is packed with crystals. These precious blue stones sell for great money, but then something stops him. He is shocked to find something incredibly rare. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Right in his hands is a skill book that grants a permanent physical buff. If he only knew monsters dropped this, he never would have bought it. Spending his hard-earned points on a duplicate copy was a total waste. So the fighter decides to list the extra copy in the shop for profit. But first, he decides to keep this highly valuable book for himself. With 2 rare skill books in his hands, Hyunsung finally leaves the dungeon. At the exit, there is a special basket waiting for all hunter spoils. This is where hunters must deposit their loot for the mandatory check. The guard politely asks him to put all crystals and items inside. They need to inspect everything to keep things official and clean. Being a law-abiding citizen, Hyunsung gladly complies with the security request. He obeys the rules, but the officer is stunned. Looking inside the bag, the guard is amazed by the total haul. He can hardly believe the sheer volume of crystals and rare books. It has been a very long time since he saw this much. In fact, no one has ever pulled such high-grade books from here. The seasoned employee is absolutely mind-blown that a solo hunter did this. Gathering this much treasure alone is an incredibly massive achievement. Hyunsung feels a deep sense of pride for absolutely crushing his run. He completely blew past expectations, but he keeps his response modest. He quietly tells the staff member that it is no big deal. When he finally goes to sell the crystals, the appraiser delivers the total. It comes out to nearly 1 million won just for the stones alone. The clerk adds that they will contact Hyunsung once the book sells. Thrilled by the massive payout, the hunter happily agrees to wait. On his quiet walk back home, the fighter does the math. At this rate, he can make an easy 1 million won every day. Talk about a dream job. Hyunsung realizes that being an awakened hunter is a massive cheat code. It is vastly superior to living as a regular, everyday citizen. After such an exhausting and brutal day of grinding, he needs real food. He sits down in a nearby cafe to rest up and plan. He must wait out the cooldown before he can dive back in. He starts thinking about finding a cheap hotel room close by. Traveling all the way back home just wastes his precious hunting time. Hyunsung is fully determined to push his hunter level to new heights. Back inside the Bloody Fox dungeon, his blade decapitates another beast. He finishes off the monster with one incredibly clean and swift strike. He does this effortlessly, having already slain thousands of monsters. Yet despite his incredible combat growth, the constant grinding gets tedious. Suddenly, a flashing system notice appears right before him. He looks closely, eager to see what new achievement he unlocked. The system reveals that Hyunsung cleared 5,000 blood foxes entirely alone, truly incredible. That is how our fighter secures his very first heroic achievement, marking a massive breakthrough in his growth. Hyunsung can't help but wonder if he really is the first player to achieve a heroic rank here. Of course, plenty of others have reached rare ranks, but he stands alone with heroic. He holds the ultimate crown. Hyunsung knows he pulled this off completely by accident, but the staggering results keep him completely motivated to grind harder. He quickly opens up his status window again to examine the new updates. When he scans the modified screen, his jaw drops in utter disbelief at the sheer scale of the power boost. All of his stats just jumped by a flat 100 points. Talk about an insane level up. Being the very first player to achieve this gives him a unique edge. He truly stands out from the crowd. Plus, Hyunsung gets a notification about a potential rank promotion, absolutely massive, but as he reads on, he stops. A specific detail in the system message immediately catches his attention. It turns out this rank can actually keep scaling even higher than before. He just has to hit a few more brutal hunting milestones first. Hyunsung realizes he might actually become the world's very first legendary hunter. But he has done more than enough slaying for today. It is time to rest. After hours of constant combat, Hyunsung can barely feel his legs. Fatigue is hitting hard. His only thought is coming right back tomorrow. He wants to keep farming this dungeon. 10 long days pass in this camp-like setup. Hyunsung is practically living right next to the Blood Fox dungeon. Every single morning, he leaves his hotel, gets a quick, solid breakfast, and heads straight inside. He starts his relentless grind all over again. Methodically, Hyunsung slays the dangerous blood foxes. Exhausted, he decides to pull up his interface to check the progress. A massive, legendary achievement notification flashes directly in front of him. He did it. Slaying 10,000 blood foxes unlocks the legendary rank. Seeing this alert, Hyunsung lets go of his sword. The blood-stained blade clatters loudly against the cold stone floor. Collapsing from sheer exhaustion, he feels like he nearly worked himself to death. But hard work pays off. Hyunsung musters the strength to look at his interface again. What he sees next leaves him absolutely speechless. Just look at the ridiculous numbers flashing on his screen now. Every single attribute has jumped by 40 units in an instant. Hyunsung can't help but laugh, completely overjoyed by this amazing news. This progression is so insane, it feels almost impossible to believe. Hyunsung carefully reads through the system details and notices a massive catch. He can't increase his rank any further from this point. The system won't grant him any more benefits for hunting blood foxes. But since he maxed it out, lingering in this dungeon is useless. A brand new, highly profitable plan starts to form in his mind. He realizes there are still plenty of other hunting grounds waiting for him. Places where he can easily duplicate this massive success and get even richer. Seeking good money, Hyunsung returned to the familiar horned rabbit dungeon. He wants to test his new powers on some low-level monsters, slicing through another beast. The young man feels a wave of relief. This is definitely not as tough as it used to be. But he knows he cannot lose momentum now, or just settle for these easy wins. He is literally taking these creatures down with a single easy strike. It shows off his growing power. For Hyunsung, these low-tier beasts are basically target practice. Taking them down feels like second nature to him now. He honestly believes he could crush these weaklings with his bare hands alone. If that is the case, it is time to move on to tougher challenges. He wraps up his run and returns to his room, feeling quite accomplished. Suddenly his phone buzzes. The notification is finally here. His items are sold. Fresh out of the shower, Hyunsung realizes he must head to the bank immediately. The wait is over. Today, a massive river of cash is coming his way. He steps inside the bank, ready to collect his hard-earned money. The teller politely hands over the documents, asking him to verify the final amount. Hyunsung grabs the sheet, scanning the columns of numbers with a wide smile. But then he freezes. One particular number catches him completely off guard. It is a brutal shock, an absolute disaster in the final calculation. A massive chunk of tax is listed there, taking almost half of his profit. It honestly feels like highway robbery, and honestly, who wouldn't be furious here? Stepping outside, Hyunsung sighs. He will just have to hunt twice as hard. To make up for this massive loss, every single run must count. Clearing these low-tier dungeons brought in 10 million won in 10 days. By the end of the month, his total earnings reached 100 million. Even his store points are looking good. At this rate, things are changing. He can buy his father the expensive life-saving elixir way ahead of schedule. Overjoyed, Hyunsung sprints toward the bus stop, completely desperate to share the news. On the ride home, he looks down. He hasn't bought new clothes in years. Ever since his father fell ill, every single cent went toward medical bills. His mother and sister have been sacrificing everything just to survive day by day. He looks at his bank balance, deeply considering his next big move. With this huge sum, he is absolutely going to fix their lives tonight. Across town, a grueling shift is finally drawing to a close at the factory. It is 7 p.m. Tired workers pack up their things, ready to leave. They bid each other farewell, heading back to their families for the night. Among them is Hyunsung's mother, completely exhausted after another day of heavy labor. She steps outside the gates, waving goodbye to her coworkers until tomorrow morning. The long day is over. She begins her quiet, lonely walk back home. Her shoulders are heavy, but the thought of her family keeps her moving. Suddenly, a young man rushes up from behind, happily shouting out for his mom. The woman stops dead in her tracks. She can barely believe her ears. Could it really be her son? Turning around, her eyes instantly light up. Standing right there is her beloved boy, whom she has missed so incredibly much. Hyunsung walks over, his heart aching as he notices how thin she has gotten. Ignoring her own fatigue, she immediately smiles and asks how he is doing. She looks at him in utter shock, wondering why on earth he has suddenly appeared. Hyun gently smiles and explains that he came here today specifically to tell her something incredibly important. Seeing her boy instantly warms the heart of this exhausted, hardworking mother. She pulls him close, gushing over how big he's gotten, and immediately asks if he's eaten. Hyun smiles and admits he hasn't, specifically because he wanted to eat with his favorite person. Her eyes go wide. She's quite surprised by this sweet gesture. But she suddenly remembers she must rush to her second job. She hurriedly fumbles through her pockets, desperately trying to press some money into his worn hands. She insists he go buy some hot soup at a restaurant nearby. Tomorrow, she promises to make him a delicious childhood breakfast. But Hyun quickly stops her, gently pointing out that she has not eaten a single thing either. Since they are both starving, he insists they go grab a bite together. She gently waves him off, explaining she can easily grab a quick bite during her shift. Hyun refuses to back down, fully determined to take her out tonight. He cannot bear the thought of his sweet mother working herself to the absolute bone. Now watch this. With a subtle, knowing grin, he hints at a huge surprise. Looking her straight in the eyes, he says he came tonight specifically to deliver some incredibly serious news. A bright grin spreads across his face as he anticipates her reaction. He practically glows with excitement, eager to deliver the shocking news. With pure joy shining in his eyes, he proudly reveals that he awakened as a player. The sudden revelation leaves her completely speechless and frozen in place. Her mind races as she tries to process this absolutely wild declaration. She stares back in disbelief, desperately begging her son to say it is just a joke. To prove his words, Hyun pulls out a sleek hunter license from his bag. Holding the shiny license up to the light, he proudly displays his verified status to his mother. He triumphantly declares that he is officially a real, licensed player. With a bright smile, he says she can finally quit working those brutal shifts at the factory. But hearing this only fills her heart with intense dread. She cannot bear the terrifying thought of her only son entering such a lethal profession. She looks at him with deep concern, warning him that player work is incredibly dangerous. Hyun quickly tries to soothe her worries, insisting that he will always prioritize his safety. He begs her to trust him and finally leave her exhausting jobs behind. But she firmly shakes her head, tearfully explaining that she simply cannot quit her jobs yet. She points out that players often struggle with highly inconsistent, unreliable earnings. Moreover, starting out requires a huge amount of capital for essential gear. New players have to invest heavily in their own combat equipment just to survive the dungeons. But get this, Hyun just smiles, knowing he already hit the ultimate life jackpot. He slowly hands her an official bank document with a knowing look. He holds the paper out to her, urging her to take a very close look at the page. Squinting her tired eyes, she slowly focuses on the numbers printed across the document. The document displays 10 million won, leaving her completely breathless and frozen in absolute shock. He explains that he managed to find a very rare dungeon skill book. He sold it instantly on the player market for an unbelievable, life-altering sum of money. With this cash, they will never have to worry about survival again. But instead of celebrating, she covers her face and begins weeping. She breaks down in tears, apologizing to her son for all the agonizingly difficult years they endured. The boy can only wonder why his mother is even apologizing to him. He feels there is absolutely no need. Hyunsung gently explains to her that without his loving parents, he would not even exist in this world. Because of that, the young fighter tells her she needs to rest. His mother has worked far too hard for their family during all these grueling years. Once they arrive at her second job, she decides it is time to introduce her son. She proudly presents him to her coworkers, and the female staff are absolutely thrilled to meet. Such a polite, energetic young man, Hyunsung wastes no time putting his strength to good use. Being incredibly strong, he is able to easily tackle all the heavy lifting around the busy restaurant. The staff are thoroughly amazed at how quickly and efficiently he completes the chores. His mother beams with pride, deeply touched by how eager her boy is to help strangers. When the two finally get ready to leave, the coworkers shower him with gratitude. Everyone thanks Hyunsung for helping out. Soon, the mother and son head straight back home. They find his sister waiting there, completely overjoyed to see her family gathered together at last. Hyunsung happily greets his older sister, confirming that indeed, everyone is finally back under one roof. Hearing his familiar voice, the sister is taken aback by his sudden appearance at home. She is genuinely stunned, immediately asking Hyunsung why he decided to pay them a visit. She wants to know what is going on and what brought him back so suddenly. The brother reveals that he came back to share some incredibly important news with them. He wants to make sure they all hear it, seeing her brother and mother looking so incredibly ecstatic immediately grabs the sister's attention. This highly unusual behavior completely puzzles the young girl, making her wonder what exactly is behind all this excitement. Hyunsung finally breaks the news, declaring that he has awakened as a real hunter. His sister is entirely dumbfounded by the claim, immediately questioning her brother. She asks him if he is truly serious. The young man confirms it is absolutely real. But wait, there is more to this awakening than just getting a new job title. Our fighter actually walked away with 10 million won, which completely secures their family's future. The sister gasps in utter disbelief. She cannot comprehend this sudden, massive fortune. She asks if he really earned that much from a single hunt, wearing a massive grin. Hyunsung assures her it is all true, telling them they no longer have to struggle. He explains that he will personally provide for the entire household from now on. This means his beloved family can finally kick back and live a comfortable life. Overwhelmed by the life-changing news, his sister breaks down in happy, relieved tears. Hyunsung smiles warmly at her reaction, feeling incredibly grateful for his wonderful family. He promises her that he will always return safe and sound from his dangerous raids. His mother worriedly asks if he must leave so soon. He explains his gear is already rented. If he delays, it will only cost him more money. Flash of a confident grin, and Hyunsung gives a warm farewell to his loved ones. Before walking out the door, he promises to bring back even more good news. Later, we see the anxious mother waiting at the hospital, frantically trying to call. Unfortunately, she only gets the voicemail, stating that the subscriber cannot be reached. She grows deeply worried, praying that nothing terrible has happened to her boy. Just then, Hyunsung arrives, immediately apologizing for making her wait so long. He feels terrible about the delay and quickly explains the reason for his tardiness. The traffic was completely blocked, forcing him to sprint all the way there on foot. To the hospital, his mother playfully slaps her son, teasing him that he nearly scared her half to death by being late. They head to the second ward, where his father has been comatose for months, in critical condition. Months now, suffering from a devastating, incurable illness that is rapidly consuming his entire body. Getting worse with every single passing day, mother and son sit by his bedside praying desperately for a miracle. Standing there, Hyun, looking down at his father, clings to the hope of buying that expensive medicine. Even though his father is currently in a deep coma, Hyun leans in and whispers, "Trust me, Dad. I will get you through this." 10 days fly by and our fighter is still grinding in the same cave, hunting monsters to stack up cash. Hyun checks his watch to see exactly how many hours he has logged in this dungeon today. It turns out he still has a solid, full 6 hours left to keep grinding, but he decides to head back out, wondering if he is truly the only person who knows about this place. Honestly, finding a completely empty spot like this is a massive jackpot. Moving deeper toward a new zone, he stumbles upon a dark bat dungeon. Recommended for levels 10 to 15, Hyun recalls the rumors he had previously heard about these tiny creatures. They always swarm together in massive packs. He knows clearing this alone is incredibly dangerous, without a high-level party or a guide, but Hyun has a brilliant idea that brings a confident, wide smile to his face. He decides he will absolutely go in and explore this dangerous place anyway. Hyun quickly activates his stealth mode, vanishing completely from both humans and monsters alike. Sneaking past a group of workers, he overhears them talking about how they had already issued a warning about the danger here. Hyun slips a bit closer, listening intently to their warnings. But what he does not realize is that this cave is far creepier than any dungeon he has ever visited, filled with huge, terrifying bats nesting everywhere in absolutely massive numbers. Smiling in anticipation, he knows his greatest hunt is finally about to begin. Hyun immediately activates his defensive shield, ready to dive straight into the action. Dropping his stealth mode, he steps out to fight. The bloodthirsty mutants spot him instantly, preparing to strike, but our clever hunter has an insane trick ready, quickly pricking his finger to draw fresh blood. Instantly, the bats go wild, their eyes glowing red. They swarm toward him in a massive, terrifying, and utterly relentless wave of bloodlust. To Hyun, this endless black cloud of wings feels like a wave of pure darkness. A truly merciless swarm, the bats fly in a massive swirl, forming a massive, suffocating ring around him to completely block off any hope of escape. Channeling magic into his hands, Hyun conjures a roaring, massive fireball to incinerate the cave, driving the bats completely wild. But as he fights, Hyun suddenly hits an unexpected wall. Maintaining his focus under this intense pressure is incredibly tough. It is almost impossible to channel two powerful skills at the same time. He simply cannot lose focus for a second, especially with countless fast, aggressive monsters constantly lunging at him from all directions. But Hyunsung refuses to quit. He concentrates fully on his next spell. Soon, a massive, roaring fireball begins to swirl wildly inside his hands. He struggled to form it, but this spark is finally ready. It is more than enough for these annoying pests. Watch this. He hurls the blazing sphere directly into the center of the bat swarm. Boom, the fireball explodes, painting the dark cave in bright orange light. The flying monsters instantly melt from the unbearable, scorching heat of the blast. Hyunsung quickly ducks behind his magic barrier to shield himself from the heat. Sharp debris and stray embers fly everywhere, but his barrier holds. The protective shield cracks slightly under the pressure of the shockwave. Still, it withstood the main blast. Even Hyunsung is shocked by the damage. But as the flames die down, he notices something deeply unsettling. Shadows move. Another massive flock of bats is approaching from the dark. They swarm closer. Hyunsung immediately begins to summon a new fireball. "It is getting too noisy here for a peaceful hunt," he mutters. He readies the fiery orb to wipe out the next aggressive wave. Suddenly, a beautiful sword drops to the dirt with a loud clank. It looks like a legendary vampire weapon. Hyunsung is completely stunned. Where did this come from? He has no time to think. He must strike again to clean up the rest of the beasts. The bats are still ready to tear him apart despite their losses. No mercy, Hyunsung throws the sphere right into the thick of them. An even bigger explosion rips through the cave, obliterating every last target. With the battle finally over, he pulls up his system rewards screen. He unlocked a rare achievement for slaying 300 bats all alone. He wonders how much valuable loot he actually got. Just how many crystals and items can he carry out of here? Suddenly something catches his eye, a strange, pulsing red energy. On the ground lies an object radiating a frightening, mystical power. Moving closer, Hyunsung realizes it is indeed the vampire sword from earlier. It hums with pure magic. This is not some ordinary weapon. The hunter picks it up, carefully studying every single runic engraving. This is a rare-tier vampire blade with incredible unique stats. Even better, it grants him two highly useful skills at once. Will other monsters in this dungeon drop weapons like this? If weak bats drop rare gear, this farming spot is a goldmine. What if he gathers a much larger horde of monsters next time? The potential rewards would be insane. He is ready to grind. Weeks pass. Hyunsung repeatedly returns to the dungeon to farm. He systematically clears out the bat swarm for more rare resources. Another fireball explodes. Valuable magic crystals scatter across the cold stone floor. Hyunsung walks over to inspect his freshly dropped loot. He studies their magical properties, checking their purity and power. Residual magic still hums deep inside these mysterious glowing power stones. This single cave hunt is turning out to be incredibly profitable. It is only a rare quality vampire bat mantle with pretty limited features. Since that is the case, Hyun decides to take her along anyway. He will just find another spot to earn his next big title. The hunter prepares to leave, taking one last look around the cave. A few days quickly pass. His mother asks a deeply worried question. She wonders if his work is totally all right, especially after spending so much money. Smiling warmly, her son quickly reassures her not to worry at all. He promises he will provide for them before spending another single dime. Hyun walks right into the real estate office to greet the staff. The agent immediately tells him they just called about a great deal. It is about apartment number 105 in the complex. Hyun nods and the eager realtor invites him to review the paperwork. They will sign the documents and then check out the beautiful flat. His mother asks why on earth they need such a massive home. Hyun patiently explains to his worried mother that everything is perfectly fine. He truly believes that everyone deserves to have their own private room. A week flies by and the entire family steps inside together. They are absolutely stunned by how incredibly big and beautiful the home is. Hyun turns to his little sister with a huge, proud grin. This is her very first time seeing such a luxurious, renovated place. With absolute joy written all over her face, she happily agrees. She loves this wonderful apartment more than anything in the world. Her caring brother proudly promises her that this is just the beginning. Later, he will buy them an even grander mansion in a prestigious town. Smiling warmly, his sweet sister tells him that this place is perfect. It is already more than enough to make them completely happy. Watching her children celebrate, their mother is filled with immense pride. She is so proud of how far they have all come. Soon it is time for their traditional, warm family dinner. Everyone gathers around the table to enjoy a delicious home-cooked meal. The excited daughter suddenly suggests a sweet idea to her mother. She wants to share freshly baked homemade pie with the neighbors. The wise mother instantly agrees that it is a wonderful plan. They will absolutely do it tomorrow because starting off right is incredibly important when moving into a brand new neighborhood like this. Hyun nods along, knowing how crucial it is to follow tradition. He knows building good relationships early makes all the difference. Next time, they will hold a proper, formal housewarming party. It will be a real introduction to everyone in the building. But deep down, the young man holds one truly massive hope in his heart. He hopes their beloved father will be fully recovered by then. Now the real grind begins again as he prepares for combat. He must keep earning serious money for his family. He enters a deadly dungeon for level 8th to 10th hunters called Blood Rats. This dungeon is designed for hunters from level 8 to 10, famously nicknamed Blood Rats. With incredibly aggressive and highly dangerous monsters, these terrifying beasts are completely filled with absolute, uncontrollable fury. Toward any intruder entering their territory, stepping cautiously. Inside the gloomy dungeon, Hyunsung freezes. Something caught his eye. Facing these bizarre, terrifying creatures for the very first time, Hyunsung studies them, their hideous tails, their nasty features. And those burning red, predatory eyes. Suddenly, the rats charge straight at him, but Hyunsung dodges easily with a massive, high acrobatic leap. Clear out of harm's way, he is surprised. These vile monsters are incredibly fast, agile, and dangerous in combat. He backs away quickly. He needs a safer spot. To analyze this, Hyunsung needs to formulate a real battle plan. Right now, the confident hunter lands gracefully on the hard ground. He takes a giant step forward toward deadly danger. He boldly taunts the hideous creatures and admits they are faster than he first expected. But fear not a chance. This only excites the experienced warrior. With one swift, masterful slice, their heads fly off. Battle over. Just like that, his enemies are wiped out. Hyunsung chuckles at how easy it was. Now he ponders a new idea. Why not use fireballs to wipe out the remaining mobs of monsters at once? A massive horde of mutant rats rushes straight at him. Perfect, he prepares his spell, ready to test this tactic. Later, on his way out, the victorious fighter meets a stunned employee. He reveals his bag, overflowing with valuable magic crystals. The security officer is completely shocked by the sheer volume. How did a low-level rookie harvest so many precious materials? Leaving the building with a polite smile, the well-mannered Hyunsung says goodbye to the dungeon security staff. Then a sudden sound catches him off guard. He hears the sharp, elegant clicking of high heels on the pavement. A confident, stylish woman approaches him and politely asks if he is indeed Hyunsung. He is intrigued. She mentions that they met once before, inside a dark dungeon, asking if he still remembers her. Now, she wants to introduce herself properly as a serious partner. She professionally explains that she represents a massive force. She is the elite leader of the top team from the most powerful and prestigious guild in all of Seoul. Her name is Lee Suhee, and she gracefully extends her hand. She politely asks if he can spare some of his time to an exciting business opportunity. Meanwhile, a week earlier, a furious man slams his fist hard on his massive wooden desk, completely losing his temper. The guild leader screams and rants, demanding to know what on earth is happening and who this mysterious guy even is and how he got such crazy powers. Suhai looks incredibly confused, having absolutely no idea how to answer her furious boss's difficult question. Right then, a detailed profile card for Hanung opens up on the laptop screen, showing his complete player history. Ma Jae-hun, the powerful head of the prestigious SOG Guild, carefully studies the data on this mysterious new player. The results are downright unbelievable, making the guild leader boil with intense rage. He starts nervously running a hand through his graying hair, his whole body shaking. With anger, he growls that just looking at the sheer number of magic stones collected is insane. It would take defeating 10,000 monsters alone to get them. Suhai cautiously suggests that maybe this hunter has some incredibly rare, special skill. To achieve these results, her highly experienced boss quickly responds that there is a high probability the kid possesses a unique skill allowing him to completely bypass the 20-level rules. Because of this, they must recruit this talented hunter before their competitors can get their hands on him. Suhai listens closely to this crucial assignment from her boss. Taking the task very seriously, she looks at him and replies that she completely agrees on this vital strategy to grow their guild. He tells her he will send an elite negotiator with her to offer strong support during any difficult moments in the conversation. But she must try approaching him alone first, since she already knows this. Hunter and has made initial contact. As their long meeting finally wraps up, the guild leader remembers one vital detail he must double-check. He asks his subordinate with a serious expression, hoping that the secret about this new hunter's incredible abilities hasn't leaked out to competitors. Suhai immediately looks alarmed, fully sharing his concern over potential leaks. She quickly reassures him that their private plans are perfectly safe. She tells him that outside of the two of them, absolutely nobody else knows about this valuable data or their future recruitment plans. She promises to keep a close eye on their doctor's actions to prevent any possible leaks to third parties. Hearing her strong assurances, the director still does not show much relief or happiness about it. After a short silence, the supervisor, forcing a tired smile on his face, tells his subordinate that they should go ahead with the task. Meanwhile, Hanung is standing outside when the elite team captain of this incredibly powerful and famous guild suddenly appears right in front of him. The first major question that immediately pops into his worried head is how this girl even managed to track him down so quickly. He remembers that she previously gave him her special business card, filled with her contact details, telling him he could always call her if he ever ran into major trouble. He recognizes these people from that incredibly dangerous dungeon from his last raid, so he decides to ask how they already knew his name and found out he would be here. Suhai politely bows, saying she wants to offer her deepest apologies for the unexpected disturbance and invading his privacy like this. but he remains suspicious. He presses her further, asking outright if they conducted a secret investigation into his activities. Just then, another man joins the conversation, greeting Hyunsung in a very friendly manner, saying he is glad to meet him face to face. Adjusting his elegant tie, the businessman politely asks if it is not a problem to take their talk to a more appropriate place. This was the mysterious negotiator the guild leader specifically warned him about, an expert skilled at handling tough recruits. Hyunsung immediately flatly rejects the offer and states clearly that he has zero interest in having these conversations with any guild representatives. Recruiter in expensive glasses is genuinely shocked by such a blunt, immediate rejection to their pitch. After a brief pause, the man calmly says it would be fine to visit Hyunsung at home to continue their chat. Receiving such a blatant threat of a home visit, the hunter instantly grows incredibly tense and on his guard. The persistent recruiter quickly explains that he only waited here specifically to show respect, introducing himself as Jin Sun-sung, head of the recruitment team. Hyunsung again demands why the guild representatives were looking for him in the first place and what exactly they need from him. The head recruiter patiently explains they want to make a highly favorable offer of cooperation. Hyunsung bluntly asks if the guild truly believe he wants to join them. Jin Sun-sung admits that while it might seem a bit rude, he overall sees no good reason for him to refuse. He adds that there is no need to get upset over standard recruitment tactics used by everyone. Hyunsung rightly points out that the guild's words are completely at odds with their intrusive and aggressive actions. The recruiter smoothly boasts that their entire guild is one of the oldest and most powerful in all of Korea. Hyunsung decides to cut off this guy before he starts a long, arrogant speech about how great their organization is. The only thing he actually cares about in this conversation is raw cash, so he bluntly asks about his annual salary. He gets a diplomatic answer that the exact figure is only decided after he officially joins the guild, and they evaluate his skills and level. Hearing this evasive answer, Hyunsung realizes the bottom line is they want his cards first. Suddenly, Jin Sun-sung speaks up, guaranteeing the hunter a massive deposit of 10 billion won and a monthly salary of 1 billion. Hearing such astronomical numbers, who wouldn't tense up? It looks suspicious. No matter how much they value his abilities, this offer is way too high. They might be trying to lock him in. Even for a brilliant rookie with potentially legendary abilities, no guild would take such a massive financial risk. Well, unless we are talking about Kim Han, the legendary booster. Besides, you can't take reckless risks with players like that. Hyunsung has absolutely no public proof of his real abilities yet, nor does he have any officially registered skills. Sure, the guy has that unique skill of buying and selling, but it's not like he can openly go around telling outsiders about it. Even when Hyunsung received his official player ID from the association, only his base rank was written on it. Without any further details, all other vital information about his skills was completely blocked to outsiders by the security system. Hyunsung, who had been carefully pondering everything that was going on, suddenly realized something incredibly crucial about the behavior of these prominent guild members. The hunter's pupils narrow sharply with realization, and he anxiously wonders, what if their wild guesses are actually right? Meanwhile, Jinsung also noticed that the guy was acting suspiciously, his expression shifting in deep thought. Hyunsung decides to ask a very direct question to the guild representatives. He asks if this is all about his magic stones. Jinsung visibly tenses up, though he tries to play it cool and nervously asks what the guy is even talking about, watching the recruiter's nervous movements. And honestly, you can tell Hyunsung knows he hit the absolute bullseye. Even the female guild captain was acting strangely tense. She was clearly hiding something from him, making Hyunsung tense up in response. He carefully watches the telling reactions of these guild representatives. He figures that while the recruiter is completely in the dark about his true abilities, this mysterious female captain is definitely on to him. She has clearly already guessed what he can do and where those valuable resources come from. There was no way this powerful guild would target him. Without a very good reason, they probably think Hyunseong possesses a unique, rare skill or has some highly confidential information about the dungeons. Breaking the silence, Jinsung cautiously asks him what he is thinking about. So deeply all of a sudden, Hyunseong has no idea how to reply, without accidentally giving away his closely guarded secrets to these persistent people. The recruiter pushes on, arguing that by joining them, he has nothing to lose and everything to gain, but Hyunseong is not interested in this shady offer or dealing with people who have hidden motives. He honestly tells the guild representatives that he simply does not trust their grand promises or their supposedly good intentions in the slightest. After all, would any normal player show off their status window to random strangers on the street for no good reason? Besides, nothing concrete has actually been guaranteed to him by anyone in this room. The recruiter asks how else they can assess his abilities without seeing the window. Hyunseong drops a brutal condition. If they are serious, pay him 10 billion up front as a down payment. Only then, with peace of mind and complete confidence, will he show his cards and join them. Jinsung definitely did not expect this level of hardball negotiating from a rookie. The recruiter tries to push back, saying they need some kind of proof about his actual abilities before handing over that much cash. But Hyunseong flatly states he has nothing more to say to them. With a greedy negotiator who only offered deals that benefited his own side, after such an awkward and tense meeting with the guild representatives, our hero is already walking home down the quiet evening streets. Hyunsung clearly realizes that things went down exactly as he predicted, best to avoid it. Meddle in guild politics unless it is absolutely necessary. Plus, Hyunsung needs to be way more cautious about selling his mana stones so he does not draw any unwanted attention. He has to play it smart. He will stand out way too much among ordinary hunters with his insane results. In fact, confidential info about his unique abilities has already leaked out to greedy eyes in the hunter industry. Suddenly, our protagonist spots an incoming call on his phone from a completely unknown number that is not in his contacts. Hyunsung immediately wonders with a frown who could be ringing him up at such a late hour. He then remembers the voice on the other end is a recruiter he briefly met near the dungeon, who wanted to discuss a partnership, but Hyunsung has zero interest in these bothersome pitches and immediately feels the urge to just cut the call and block the guy. Shameless, he can feel his anger rising. How incredibly pushy and shameless these big guilds can get. Once back home, Hyunsung receives a text message on Kakao Talk from another mystery sender. It is the exact same relentless guild recruiter who simply refuses to leave him alone. This recruiter, Jinsung, sends a polite text apologizing for his pushy attitude and begging for another face-to-face meeting this week. Hyunsung is genuinely stunned by the sheer desperation and persistence of this guild representative. After their disastrous talk, he decides he has had more than enough of these annoying partnership offers. Without a second thought, he blocks the contact. On his phone, the very next day, our hero is back in the trenches. To grind for more gold, Hyunsung explores the dangerous depths, hunting down those monstrous blood rats that have basically become his favorite target practice. After another grueling day of grinding, he is heading back when he runs right into that persistent recruiter. Spotting Hyunsung, the desperate man bows deeply in apology, fully aware of how incredibly awkward this random encounter is. But our protagonist does not care. He simply ignores him and walks past, walking straight past him without a word. The following day, he decides to challenge a brand new dungeon to mix things up and gather better loot. This dangerous zone is crawling with aggressive blue lizards armed with razor-sharp claws and deadly venomous fangs. Just like any other dungeon beast, these monsters instantly attack any human on sight, yet Hyunsung remains completely unfazed by the threat, easily wiping out his scaly foes with single, devastating strikes. With one effortless swing of his vampiric blade, he slashes through the monsters. Like hot paper, he then pulls up his system's status screen to review his latest stats. Everything is rising fast. Our warrior notices that he has finally saved up a massive pile of points within the system, enough to buy some incredibly powerful gear from the shop. With such an incredible earning speed, he will soon raise enough funds for the rare and costly medicine his sick father desperately needs. Up next is a dungeon. These dangerous red wolves are famous among hunters for their sheer ferocity. Hyun approached the new entrance. He noticed it immediately. A crowd of highly experienced players stood ready, preparing for the hunt. These predatory beasts looked far more aggressive than anything he had seen. Inside the dark dungeon, several players were already teaming up to fight. They struggled against those bloodthirsty beasts. Hyun watched, thinking, these wolves were definitely stronger than the weak lizards he hunted recently. Yet he knew he could easily sweep them aside without any trouble. His boosted stats guaranteed victory. Slowly, he opened his status window. He wanted to make absolutely sure he was ready for tougher opponents. The fighter realized his current skill level could easily take them down. He could crush level 6 or 7 monsters with one single blow. Wasting no time, Hyun decided he would start right now. Drawing his powerful vampire weapon, the hunter braced himself for the challenge. His resolve was unbreakable. Deep in the dungeon, danger lurked. Fresh blood stained the stone floor, surrounded by shattered, scattered weapons. Nearby, a massive red-eyed wolf greedily tore into a player's fresh corpse. It belonged to an unlucky player who failed to escape. Yang soon watched. He watched in pure horror as the beast slowly devoured the helpless hunter. This bloodthirsty beast was a massive, two-headed vicious panther. It had glowing red eyes and fangs. Chansung spotted the nightmare. Chansung immediately braced himself, instinctively taking a defensive fighting stance. But despite his high level and battle experience, disaster struck instantly. In a single flash, the vicious monster cleanly severed his arm. Wait, what just happened? Chansung stared in shock, unable to believe it. He was incredibly experienced, yet the monster was simply too fast. The bloodthirsty predator was too powerful, even for a high-ranked warrior. The wounded hunter struggled with his remaining strength, standing on trembling legs. He desperately wanted to survive. Clenching his single remaining fist, he braced. The fighter gathered every ounce of his will for one final strike. Despair took hold. Chansung realized the battle was already lost. This monstrous beast was simply too overwhelming, and no one could save him now. The only choice left in this desperate moment was to turn and run. He bolted toward the dungeon exit, running as fast as he could. But the insidious panther reacted. It instantly blocked his path. In the blink of an eye, the beast materialized right before him. With a sickening crunch, the predator bit off the hunter's head completely. The jaws clamped shut. Chansung was dead in seconds. His headless body collapsed heavily onto the cold, hard stone floor. Absolutely nothing could be done. Outside, players gathered near the entrance. They discussed the tragedy, noting how popular this dangerous spot was. A few cynical hunters even began to laugh, joking about the death. They showed no respect for their fallen comrade. Hyun spoke up calmly. He noted that nobody usually entered this lethal dungeon without a team. Knowing this, even the brave warrior felt a cold shiver of dread. That incident forced him to reconsider his strategy of solo monster hunting. Things changed drastically after the massive cataclysm hit, and the portal to the other world opened 10 years ago. Since that fateful day, the number of hunter deaths has steadily climbed with each passing year. More players are falling victim to these dungeons every single day. Despite modern technology, then a lethal mutant fox suddenly jumps out, eager to shred Hyunsung with its razor-sharp claws. The hunter pulls off a massive acrobatic leap, and with his usual effortless ease, he decapitates the ravenous beast in midair. With one quick blow, the fighter looks back cautiously to scan what else is waiting in the dark cave depths. To his surprise, Hyunsung spots 3 more of the exact same ferocious beasts lurking ahead. Instead of fear, Hyunsung feels a rush of excitement because more monsters means more rare mana stones to harvest. He decides it is time to use his signature fireball spell to wipe them all out in one shot. He launches the blazing projectile directly at the group of aggressive monsters, triggering an explosive burst of raw magic, dropping back down to solid ground. Hyunsung immediately spots even more deadly beasts closing in. He decides to unleash a newly mastered spell from his arsenal, the magic projectile, which he recently acquired through intense training. With this devastating attack, the hunter cleanly blows off the beast's head, instantly showcasing his upgraded power. Hyunsung has just sent a loud message to every monster in this cave about the absolute threat he poses. You have to love his confidence as he smirks at the remaining beasts and defiantly goads them, telling them to bring it on. The hunter takes a slow, provocative step directly toward the danger, showing absolutely zero fear. The entire pack of monstrous red foxes begins to run swiftly at the defiant hunter, eager for blood. The beasts are ready to tear him to shreds in seconds, but he suddenly lunges straight into their midst for a counterattack. Using his trusted fireball skill once again, Hyunsung methodically destroys all the remaining enemies from the fall. Beast's valuable blue crystals drop, worth a fortune back in the city. He just unlocked an achievement for slaying 300 high-level red foxes. His weapon is truly absurd. Just then, he catches a suspicious sound from behind. Tensing up for another fight, Hyunsung realizes the cave has gone completely quiet. This zone is fully cleared. After gathering up all of his valuable trophies, the hunter realizes that it is finally safe to leave this place. Walking through the gloomy dungeon with a satisfied smile, the hunter basks in his successful hunt, but an unexpected sight stops him. Dead in his tracks in the next cavern hall, it is a group of hunters struggling against a single monster, despite having 4 experienced members. Hyunsung figures his best move is to walk right past them, without getting dragged into their mess, but these players are so desperate that it is honestly both funny and pathetic to watch. He realizes he cannot hunt here since they have claimed this zone. Other groups of players got here first, giving them priority on all dungeon loot. Now Hyunsung has to decide his next move to keep this profitable run going. His only real option is finding another dungeon with absolutely no competitors around. Suddenly, a bizarre and terrifying sound echoes from the shadows right behind him. The strange noise immediately puts the seasoned hunter on high alert. He quickly spins around to see what is happening in the chamber. To his absolute horror, they are dead, all 4 completely shredded. The massive beast stands over them, claws dripping with fresh human blood. Staring at this absolute nightmare, Hyunsung realizes he has never seen such a creature. It is completely unlike any standard monster he has ever encountered before. The last surviving girl tries to run, screaming in sheer panic. But there is no escape. A giant, heavy paw comes crashing down on her. A single crushing blow, it shatters her fragile body instantly. Her head is severed, leaving her ruined body in a pool of blood. Even as a high-level player, Hyunsung has never seen such brutality. He stands completely frozen as the severed head slowly rolls to his feet. It leaves a gruesome red trail across the cold dungeon floor. The terrifying sight of this sudden carnage makes him feel deeply nauseous. Honestly, who would not lose their mind seeing such bloody carnage? Before the shaken hunter stands a giant beast radiating an aura of death. Pure malice, it feels like the physical embodiment of absolute destruction. A massive mutated black panther with three bloodthirsty heads stands before him. It rises several meters high, looking utterly terrifying and deadly. Now Hyunsung seriously starts to fear for his own survival. He knows without a doubt that this is a critical, life-threatening situation. The merciless predator slowly licks its razor-sharp fangs. It is already gearing up to tear its next victim to pieces. The giant beast takes a heavy, threatening step forward to attack. Hyunsung leaps backward, barely dodging a fatal blow in the nick of time. This near miss only enrages the three-headed monster even more. It stalks forward slowly, cornering the hunter for another lethal attack. It is extremely bad. He is in grave danger. A single mistake here will easily cost him his life. This relentless monster is ready to chew him into bloody bits. There is absolutely no mercy in those 6 glowing eyes. He needs to activate his life-saving stealth skill immediately. While a small opportunity remains, he has to make his escape. Hyunsung quickly dives behind a massive stone wall for cover. He triggers his invisibility skill, hoping to lose the beast. But even with his stealth active, the monster still senses him. It tracks his exact position with eerie, unmistakable accuracy. How is this beast bypassing his stealth so easily? It easily pinpoints his location despite using his best active defensive skills. But the veteran fighter has no time to analyze this. He has to react instantly and dodge the next devastating strike. On a completely different side of the dungeon, to his absolute relief and joy, he somehow managed to survive, but if he had been literally 1 second too late, he would surely have been crushed to death by its weight, sharp stone. Splinters from that incredibly powerful blow fly straight into the hunter's face, severely blocking his sight and making it impossible to see his surroundings. Because of this chaos, Hyunsung is desperately trying to figure out what to do next just to survive this mess. He is actually furious about this critical situation, especially since his life is on the line. The determined hunter realizes he simply cannot give in to paralyzing fear, so he boldly leaps toward the terrifying monster for a counterattack. The brave warrior carefully prepares to raise his trusty protective shield to effectively block the devastating attacks of this powerful foe. Hyunsung swiftly charges at the bloodthirsty beast, raising his sturdy stone shield for vital defense. The experienced hunter miraculously manages to strike the ferocious beast on one of its 3 vicious heads with his sharp blade, drawing blood, but he quickly notices with pure dismay that things are going downhill fast, as the painful blow only made the monster even angrier at him. Having successfully landed on the hard stone floor, the exhausted fighter desperately thinks about what to do next in this dangerous situation, since his last reliable armor was completely shattered by those devastating strikes of this incredibly strong beast. Hyunsung hopes that he still has one powerful magic skill left: destructive fireballs for a long-range attack, since the giant panther has as many as 3 dangerous heads. The focused hunter immediately maximizes his focus and unleashes a devastating triple magic strike at the very same time. This mutated panther begins to screech and howl in unbearable pain after a direct hit from all 3 powerful spells. Thankfully, our guy managed to deal some serious damage to the beast, and he feels incredibly relieved to have escaped that deadly clash. The smart fighter begins retreating as fast as possible toward the dungeon exit, while he still has precious time to escape relatively safely. But it turns out that the mighty monster is still very much alive and dangerous. What is worse, that powerful spell did almost no real damage to it. It is honestly terrifying how a supernatural beast could be so incredibly resistant to all magical and physical Strikes, where did this giant panther even come from? This was a level 15 dungeon for average hunters, not the lair of top-ranked bosses. Hyunsung tensely realizes that he has to keep distracting this incredibly dangerous monster by any means possible to stop its charge. Our hunter once again relies on that same tried-and-true spell of devastating fireballs, hoping to severely damage the beast and weaken its power, but since he is less focused now due to extreme stress and fatigue, he only manages to summon 2 fireballs instead of his usual 3. He clearly understands that he has to conserve his precious mana for a long fight, otherwise he will end up completely defenseless against the beast, burning magic. So quickly means his pool will run dry fast, forcing him to fight with nothing but his bare hands. Now this bloodthirsty monster slowly but surely closes the distance, its massive paw almost touching him. Terrified, Hyun instinctively covers his eyes and leaps forward, absolutely certain that he is about to be brutally crushed to death. Gritting his teeth from the sheer exertion, the fighter grows incredibly tense. Looking at the horrifying sight right in front of him, suddenly he drops flat onto the hard ground, completely catching the beast. Completely off guard, this giant panther never expected such a quick maneuver. Trying to stand up on trembling legs, Hyun groans in agonizing pain, but still refuses to give up. He feels a massive wave of relief to at least be alive instead of a bloody mess on the floor. His vampire bat robe is way more durable than that cheap rented armor. Suddenly, the beast slams its heavy paw down with such massive force that the entire dungeon rumbles and shakes violently from the impact. Hyun anxiously realizes there is no way he can outrun this beast. Its relentless pursuit is just too fast. Even worse, its raw life force has surged, transforming it into an incredibly deadly opponent. Talk about an absolute nightmare. Now he has to act right now. Any hesitation here will cost him his precious life. No excuses. Fortunately, he spots a rare item inside his inventory. An acceleration pill that can temporarily boost his movement speed. A full 20 minutes of intense running flies by, and Hyun is still sprinting away from his relentless pursuer through the winding corridors. He realizes with a grin that everything is going exactly according to plan, giving him a real shot at winning. Now that the speed boost has finally worn off, it is time to combine his skills for maximum effect. Trembling, he concentrates his remaining energy to conjure a massive fireball, pouring every drop of magic into this one devastating spell. Hyun launches the blazing projectile straight at the monster. It lands a direct hit on one of its 3 heads. The magical fire completely incinerates the flesh, releasing a disgusting smell of burnt blood across the area. Hyun looks at the damage with a triumphant smile, knowing his crazy plan actually worked. Talk about incredible progress. Even if he has to hunt for 100 days, he will track down and slay this monstrous beast. Without wasting a second, he begins preparing his next fireball, carefully aiming at the weak spots before letting it fly. But this time, the agile panther easily dodges to the side, completely avoiding a direct hit. Now, the beast is growing even more furious at the underhanded tactics this human is using. The giant panther raises its massive paw, swinging it with malice right at the defiant kid, ready to land a crushing blow, but Hyun refuses to back down in the face of death, throwing another blazing fireball directly at his attacker. It actually connects. He grazes the giant beast, though it only singes a tiny part of its front paw without doing serious damage. Still, our hunter is pretty happy with this small win. If he keeps chipping away, victory is definitely within reach. Or so he thinks. Suddenly, the confidence on his face completely vanishes, replaced by sheer horror and utter confusion at what lies ahead. Hyun watches the beast regenerate right before his eyes, fully healing its minor wound, and stands there frozen in absolute shock. in this kind of desperate spot. His basic fireball is totally useless against such insane healing powers. This supernatural beast possesses, panicking Hyun quickly, summons his status window, desperately hoping to find something, anything, to save him. But this bloodthirsty predator is not going to just stand there and let him scroll through menus. It lets out a low, menacing growl. Shaking the terrified kid to his core, he finally realizes that his only option right now is to run for his life, if his go-to spell is totally useless. What on earth can actually stop this creature from regenerating? Hyun has zero time to overthink this as the enraged monster hunts him down relentlessly. Then a sudden spark of genius hits him. There might just be a way out of this mess. Opening the cash shop, he quickly scans the available gear and realizes everything is way out of his budget, but he has absolutely no choice here. He's going to have to bite the bullet and spend the points. To buy a high-grade fire spear, survival is the absolute priority right now. And to defeat this unkillable beast, Hyun has to go all in. He drops into a solid combat stance, planting his foot firmly on the dirt. To steady his upcoming throw, his eyes burn with pure determination, confident that this new weapon will finally get the job done. He grips the weapon. Despite his trembling hands, he summons the massive fire spear, its magical flames crackling with immense power. The giant beast stares at this defiant human, letting out a deafening, savage roar. To intimidate him, Hyun raises the blazing weapon, taking careful aim to land a direct hit on the beast's vital spot. One shot is all he gets. He silently prays that this desperate gamble will actually pay off, tightening his grip as hard as he can. He readies himself to throw the spear with everything he has got. He winds back, winding up his entire body to face this deadly threat with absolute focus. Right now, Hyun can only watch and hold his breath as the blazing projectile flies from his hand. It streaks through the air like a meteor, striking the beast and sinking deep into its flesh. Hyun lets out a sigh of relief at the sight of his attack landing. That was an incredibly clean hit. With one incredibly powerful and precise throw, he manages to completely shatter one of the monster's heads, but the wounded panther is not going to take this lying down. It is absolutely furious now. Talk about impertinence. Hyun smiles to himself. The strategy actually worked out perfectly. He needs to do it again, immediately hurling another blazing spear. He aims right for the monster's second head to finish it off. It works again. The beast simply doesn't have time to dodge. Hyun calmly sets down his heavy supply bag to move more freely. He knows he can't afford to waste any of those expensive weapons. Every single shot from here on out has to be dead accurate. Hyun is more determined than ever to end this fight once and for all. He silently challenges the beast to see which of them actually survives. Bracing himself on a rock, he takes a confident step forward. He hurls another spear, but the incredibly agile beast manages to slip away. But Hyun won't quit. One missed shot won't stop him. He immediately gears up to deliver the ultimate, decisive blow. Pouring all his strength into it, he unleashes another devastating fiery projectile. It is a perfect shot, heading straight for the monster with extreme precision. The spear completely obliterates the second head, making Hyun smile with satisfaction. He knows it is only a matter of time now. But hold on, a massive shock is about to hit our exhausted hero. Hyun quickly pulls up his status window to check his current condition. He needs to know exactly what resources he has left for this fight. His heart sinks. He has a critical issue with his mana. His magical energy is almost completely depleted, though his health remains decent. He stares at the beast, noting it only has one head left. One head left, he frantically tries to plan his next move. If he can just survive long enough for his mana to recover, victory is his. That long-awaited final victory will finally be within his grasp. Meanwhile, nearby, Other players are locked in their own desperate battles. They are struggling against deadly monsters inside this incredibly dangerous dungeon. Things are bad. For one neighboring squad, it is a nightmare. Right before his teammates' eyes, one of their allies is brutally slaughtered. Terrified security staff are now sprinting through the corridors in absolute panic. They scream at everyone to evacuate the dungeon immediately. Shaken by the loss, the survivors scramble to call in backup. They need some heavy hitters to help contain this massive threat. Soon, a rescue unit arrives, only to find a devastating scene. Carnage is absolutely everywhere. Dead bodies litter the cold floor of the gloomy cave. A traumatized survivor leads the rescue crew directly to the attack site. He points to a spot, explaining that this was where everything went down. Their lead tracker immediately calls them over to examine some massive footprints. These deep, wild tracks could easily lead them straight to the beast's lair. The sheer size of the paw prints suggests this is no ordinary monster. An anxious security officer steps forward, asking the team if they are completely sure. She wonders if walking straight into danger is truly their only option. Do nothing? Absolutely not, especially since they lost contact with base. They were supposed to guard that high-risk zone, meaning they probably got hit too. If anyone else has a better plan to save everyone and survive this mess. The veteran fighter steps up, stating they cannot run away from this tragedy. So their only real option is to search the entire dungeon. Another guy sneers, telling him if he is so brave and curious, then he should go ahead and head in there completely alone. The veteran replies that he has no death wish, but he must protect his team. Hearing this, one of the anxious workers asks a critical question. What about the other hunters who are already trapped inside there? A cowardly coworker snaps back, saying he does not care about those reckless idiots. He is definitely not willing to throw his life away fighting a monster like that. This selfish attitude instantly makes the team leader lose his temper. Instead, the leader demands to know what they are supposed to do next then. Two opposing sides face off, completely divided on how to survive. Meanwhile, Hyunsung realizes his mana is slowly beginning to recover. A tiny spark, it gives him a sliver of hope. But no matter how hard he tries to wear this supernatural beast down, it shows absolutely no signs of fatigue or weakness from their battle. The creature keeps attacking, even though two of its heads are already gone. Hyunsung anxiously wonders if this is the legendary beast from ancient myths. Those terrifying ancient legends might actually be completely real. He needs to take it down before it gets a chance to regenerate. With his hands trembling violently, Hyunsung begins his final attempt. Once again, he begins to manifest his last fiery spear. Completely exhausted, this tired hunter has exactly one final shot left. There is zero room for error, and he is ready to go all the way. Despite the immense danger, the beast has only one head remaining. This means he is so incredibly close to winning this impossible battle. The massive three-headed predator slowly but surely creeps closer to him. It prepares to deliver a final, fatal strike to its tired prey. Hyunsung knows that dragging this fight out is a death sentence. A battle of attrition is definitely not something he can win here. Gripping his last blazing weapon tightly with both of his shaking hands, the young hunter gears up to land one final, crushing strike. Just one shot, he has to finally end it all now. One clean, devastating hit, that is all it takes. Seriously, let's be real, this entire plan is absolute madness. Taking a deep, shaky breath, Hyunsung tries to block out the fear. Pushing away all distracting thoughts, he focuses entirely on his target. But looking at this bloodthirsty beast is still terrifying. Its mere presence is enough to paralyze even the bravest fighters. Hyunsung steps into his fighting stance, carefully lining up his attack. He aims the blazing spear right at the monster's weak point. Suddenly, a bizarre sound echoes from far off, catching him off guard. The giant predator freezes, having noticed the weird noise as well. He watches closely, scanning the shadows. He tries to locate the sound. What is happening, completely bewildered by this terrifying, dark dungeon? Hyunsung simply cannot understand what is going on anymore. But then, an opening, a sudden distraction gives him the perfect chance to strike. No more distance. This time, the hunter will not throw his spear. Instead, he decides to run closer and face the savage monster in close combat. Reckless, absolutely, but this is his single last remaining hope. The giant panther menacingly raises its massive paw, one strike to kill. He refuses to die. Desperately, Hyunsung swings his magical weapon once again. He channels everything. Every ounce of remaining strength goes into this blow. Death is staring him down, yet somehow he still moves. A close call. He barely dodges the beast's lethal swipe. The red-eyed beast unleashes a deafening roar, growling with pure aggression. Hyunsung locks onto the threat. He frantically plans his next move. Cornered, helpless, he has to think of something before it is too late. Is there really no escape? What would you do here? He has to attack. It is the only way to survive this nightmare. Pure rage, maximum determination, completely replaces the exhaustion in his eyes. Hyunsung pushes off the hard ground, launching himself with incredible speed. Up higher, he leaps straight toward a large shattered boulder nearby. Landing firmly, he secures the perfect high ground for his assault. Midair once more, he swings his blazing spear with brutal force. The blow lands. Hyunsung hits the stone floor, gasping for air. His body is screaming. The sheer strain is almost too much. But there is no victory. The colossal monster is still standing. Unharmed, its final head remains fully intact. That massive attack completely failed. The desperate, high-flying attack merely left a tiny, insulting scratch across its face. This minor scratch only drives the bloodthirsty predator into a deeper fury. Hyunsung stands frozen. The towering creature looms over him like a skyscraper. Its giant claws are ready to shred him into absolute pieces. The beast closes in on its prey, cracking the hard stone ground with every step. Exhaustion sets in. Hyunsung knows this is his very last hope. No backup plans. He watches the massive paw descend for the kill. A deadly blow is coming. Can he actually pull this off? He doesn't move a single inch, raising his weapon for one last clash. He aims to slice the beast's giant claw right off its paw. Success, the three-headed panther shrieks in absolute agony from the blow. The weapon pierced its ultimate weak point. Hyunsung smiles proudly. He finally found a way to hurt this seemingly invulnerable beast. Thrashing in pain, the creature desperately attempts to retreat. But it is too late. There is no escaping him now. Summoning his last bit of strength, Hyunsung makes his final move. He deftly leaps onto its massive back while it is disoriented. He spots the ultimate kill zone right between its shoulder blades. Raising his weapon, he plunges the blazing fiery spear deep into its back. With trembling hands, Hyunsung leaps up and carefully aims for the beast's most vulnerable spot. In one decisive move, he deeply stabs the last remaining head of that nightmare creature. The blade pierces clean through, and the dark dungeon begins to change. Brilliant magical fire erupts all around, illuminating the shadows with a fierce glow. Still, Hyunsung pushes the deadly dagger even deeper to maximize the damage. He wants to make absolutely sure this thing is down for good. With a massive heave, Hyunsung rips off the third and final head of the beast. Gasping for breath, he rejoices at a victory that was incredibly hard-won. That had to be the final head. The nightmare is finally over. It was an incredibly brutal, grueling, and endless clash from start to finish. He has never faced anything this terrifying in his entire life, but then, his face freezes as a chilling realization hits him. This is not over. Out of nowhere, a strange attack flies from the dark, and he barely dodges. Hyunsung stands there in absolute shock, trying to comprehend what is happening. He stares down at the dead monster, only to witness something utterly impossible. Right before his eyes, the severed parts are already beginning to heal. How is a monster even capable of this? Panic starts setting in. What can he possibly do to survive a hopeless situation like this? Honestly, how do you even fight something that refuses to stay dead? Looking at his mana bar, Hyunsung realizes he is running completely on empty. These are his absolute last reserves. Still, he refuses to give up. He has come too far to die here. Grit is all he has left. His eyes burn, filled with pure rage and absolute determination. Hyunsung leaps forward toward the reforming head for one final gamble. Summoning his remaining strength, he drives forward to strike. He closes the distance, desperately hoping this hit will end it. Hyunsung thrusts his burning spear forward to guarantee destruction. With a clean swipe, he cuts off the monster's reaching paw. He halts his momentum and watches the severed limb closely, expecting another trick. He needs to be completely sure it won't just regenerate again. To be absolutely safe, he aims and hurls his final spear. It hits dead center, triggering a massive explosion of raw magical energy. The beast collapses, and Hyunsung slowly slides down to the cold floor. He steps away from the massive carcass, his chest heaving heavily. Relief washes over him as the giant panther finally stops moving. This time, he prays it is definitely dead. Honestly, if this thing gets up again, it's just plain unfair. Hyunsung looks down at his hands, severely blistered and burned from the fiery spear. The adrenaline is still pumping hard, keeping the agonizing pain at bay. The sheer weight of the stress finally begins to crash down. He stares at the massive carcass, barely able to believe his own victory. Suddenly, a glowing game system notification pops up in front of him. Hyunsung earned an impossible achievement for taking down a high-level boss. He defeated an actual dungeon mini-boss, securing a legendary reward. The system alerts keep flooding in, filling his vision with blue screens. He smiles as a notification reveals he earned another prestigious title. This level 1 destroyer title makes Hyunsung pause and think. He wonders what this rare system rank actually means for him. Think about it, getting 2 prestigious titles at once is a massive win. But the sheer, desperate effort he put into this battle almost cost him his life. Exhausted, the young fighter suddenly notices something bizarre happening nearby. Hyunsung watches in disbelief as the massive boss corpse slowly starts to dissolve into nothingness right before his eyes. Once it vanishes, a stunning book is left on the dirt. He stands there wondering what it is, noticing how incredibly beautiful it looks. It radiates luxury, and Hyunsung instantly knows this is a high-grade item. Stepping closer, Hyunsung is almost too nervous to even touch it. Still, he takes a deep breath and reaches for the treasure. He carefully picks up the rare book dropped by the boss. The book is titled Immortality, granting a power that literally prevents death. Unless an enemy completely destroys his head, Hyunsung simply cannot die. Any non-fatal injuries will slowly mend and heal on their own. With a solid helmet protecting his head, he will become virtually unkillable. An insanely broken skill, it has endless room for growth. It is easily one of the most unique abilities ever discovered. Hyunsung has never seen anything this overpowered in any market before. Every high-ranked tank in the world would kill to get this. If word gets out, top defenders will hunt him down for it. Honestly, who wouldn't celebrate? He just hit the absolute jackpot of a lifetime. Even labeled as rare, its power is legendary. In fact, it might even rival heroic rank in sheer combat power. But there is one crucial detail, a detail that makes it priceless. This specific skill book is one of a kind, with absolutely no copy existing anywhere. It is the only copy in existence, sitting right in Hyunsung's hands. Suddenly, a notification flashes. The system has a question. Does he want to learn this unique skill book right now? Obviously, yes. He eagerly hits the confirmation button. Instantly, Hyunsung feels a strange sensation spreading deep inside him. His muscles warp as a massive physical transformation begins taking hold. He watches in awe as his brutal battle wounds start to knit back together. The painful burns from his duel with the fire beast rapidly disappear. But the rapid healing process puts a massive strain on his body. Maintaining this powerful passive regeneration requires a massive amount of physical stamina. It eats away at his energy reserves to keep him alive. Fortunately, Hyunsung still has enough leftover stamina to keep it active. As long as he manages his energy wisely, he should be perfectly fine. Curious about his upgraded status, he pulls up his character profile. The new rank gives a flat boost of 5 points to every single stat. A pretty solid base boost that will only scale up as he levels. Eager for more secrets, he looks closer at his system screen. He notices his own rank rising after single-handedly taking down that beast. His stamina increases by 3, perfect for his growth. Turns out this 3-headed beast was a really strong boss. After checking his new abilities, Hun realizes it is time to go. He must move on after such an exhausting day of hunting. It is definitely time for Hun to return home to his family. He needs rest. Meanwhile, security players quickly rush through the dark corridors. They are running through the dark caves, searching everywhere for any survivors. This is an elite emergency squad sent directly from the Player Association. A fighter clad in expensive silver armor reports over the radio. He reports that they have just detected living players inside the dungeon. The team leader halts the squad to assess the situation first. The female commander loudly announces that their rescue squad has arrived. They are from the official association, here to save everyone. Honestly, you can practically feel the sheer tension in the air right now. Suddenly, 2 different groups of players collide deep in the dungeon. Shinyuna, the experienced leader of the rescue team, takes the lead. She warns them about reports of high-ranking monsters in this area. She urges all the casual players to evacuate immediately for safety. Unfortunately, they have already officially confirmed that 2 dead players were found. Their bodies were discovered in completely different parts of this dark cave. One young girl cannot believe it and asks if it is true. The commander responds solemnly, yes, they would never lie about this. Now the rescue team must plan their next moves carefully. They have to quickly find and eliminate the remaining high-ranking monsters. If elite beasts are still roaming, the situation is incredibly dangerous. The blonde teammate shakes his head. No, only normal wolves remain. Everyone is relieved. Finally, the dangerous main threat has been eliminated. But right then, a scout reports detecting another survivor deeper in. He spotted a lone player wandering deep inside the caves. Shinyuna urgently asks which direction the survivor is and how many. She cannot believe a single hunter is down there all alone. Meanwhile, Hun is incredibly proud of himself as he walks out. He confidently heads toward the exit of the dungeon. The rescue team sprints quickly through the corridors toward his signal. Suddenly, Hun hears strange approaching footsteps and stops in surprise. He quickly alerts his senses, wondering who else is down here. How is this possible? Who else could be in this dungeon? The rescue squad is also uneasy, wondering if they are on track. Hun is in intense anticipation, expecting an attack from the shadows. He cautiously turns his head toward the source of the noise. Whipping his gaze around, he tries to spot the threat. Seeing people emerge instead of monsters, Hun is completely stunned. He wonders who these random strangers are and what they want. He sees 4 players wearing incredibly expensive, high-quality armor. Cost an absolute fortune. Staring closer, Hyun realizes something incredibly bizarre is happening. Every single person standing in front of him are elite high-rankers with legendary achievements, their armor and weapons look insanely detailed, expensive, and forged by master blacksmiths. It is the First time Hyun has ever seen such high-tier gear, equipment like this. Must cost millions. Shinyuna gently asks the beat-up hunter if he is doing all right. Hyun is pretty anxious, not fully grasping what is happening with these sudden rescuers, so he just says he is doing fine. These elite players look him over, noting he seems quite rough after a heavy battle. The commander asks if he ran into that dangerous monster nearby. Along the way, the nervous hunter cautiously hesitates. He asks what monster, what are these rescuers even talking about? The female leader explains that a rogue beast has spawned in this dungeon that completely defies its normal rank. Hearing this shocking detail, Hyun immediately realizes he already took down that exact beast with his own two hands. Now, does the official Hunter Association even realize that this panther was a three-headed nightmare? Hyun quickly weighs his options, trying to figure out what is the safest thing to tell these powerful figures right now. He decides that his best bet is to lie and claim he merely crossed paths with the terrifying beast. Hearing this confession, the female leader urgently asks if the monster is still close by. Shinyuna steps right up to him, locking her eyes onto his. To read his genuine expression, she waits in tense silence for Hyun to tell her exactly where the beast went. Seeing his stress, Shinyuna softens her tone, apologizing for pushing him so hard, but with a beast that incredibly lethal. Surviving an encounter is nothing short of a miracle. The kind leader pulls out a premium item, telling him to take it. It will help patch up his injuries. Seeing the glowing vial, Hyun immediately recognizes it as an incredibly rare, top-grade healing potion. The team leader insists he use the medicine right away on his badly injured arm. Staring at his heavily scorched hand, Hyun realizes he needs it. Still, he worries if these powerful players are trying to set him up or exploit him somehow, but he quickly decides they seem genuinely friendly and pose no threat to his safety. Hyun tells his saviors that he actually has some crucial intel on the beast to share. The young hunter explains it was a massive, three-headed panther with glossy black fur. Shinyuna gasps in utter shock. She has never heard of such a terrifying creature before. Every elite member of her party is also left absolutely stunned by his terrifying description of the beast. Hyun keeps spinning his convincing tale, claiming the monster was easily the size of a whole mansion. To make it believable, he points his finger deep into a dark corner of the cavern. He tells the elite squad that the deadly creature fled that way after their fight. She was incredibly grateful for the crucial details he shared. Too bad she had no idea his story was mostly a lie. Just seconds later, the elite hunters vanished right in front of him. Hyun stood there, genuinely stunned by how fast they moved. Still, it was a relief he took care of the beast himself. If reinforcements had caught him fighting, he would be in deep trouble. He would never be able to claim his honestly earned boss skill reward. Instead, those rescue professionals will be left running around in circles. They will keep searching the cave for a beast that is already dead. Meanwhile, the rescue squad keeps pushing forward, slowly realizing the truth. They have hit a complete dead end, and one scout speaks up. He points out that the creature actually cannot retreat back through the gate. Shin Yuna agrees, but that only makes the current situation far worse. Things are much more dangerous than any of them initially feared. Because once a predator gets a taste of human blood, it changes. It becomes infinitely more aggressive, and they have no idea when it strikes. It could ambush unsuspecting hunters at any given moment. Their priority now is reporting this critical threat to the main association. This incident changes everything, and Shin Yuna looks incredibly tense. Honestly, seeing her this worried is enough to give anyone chills. But as the commander walks deeper, a specific spot catches her eye. Something completely out of place on the ground halts her in her tracks. Her anxious teammates quickly ask if she is all right or if something is wrong. She ignores their worry, asking how they think that lone player survived. How did he manage to walk out of this death trap completely unscathed? Even if his entire team perished, his survival seems like an absolute miracle. With that realization, she tells them she must handle some urgent business. There is something she needs to verify immediately, and it cannot wait. She turns to her squad and strictly orders them to stay behind. They need to wait patiently in this secure area until she returns. Her sudden decision to leave completely blindsides the veteran squad. They look at her in confusion, wondering what she is planning. Why would their leader venture out entirely on her own in such a dangerous place? She explains that she cannot stop worrying about that solitary hunter. She wants to track him down, but the team tank tells her not to bother. He says the stranger will be fine and can easily look after himself. But Shin Yuna snaps back, telling him he does not grasp the danger. That guy is completely isolated in a hostile environment with no backup. She gestures toward the dark abyss, reiterating how deadly it is for him. After hearing her fierce reasoning, the squad finally relents. They reluctantly agree to let her go search for the mysterious player. They admit there is nothing left to do but wait patiently for her safe return. She thanks them for their trust, giving them a quick, appreciative nod. Within a single second, she vanishes from their sight. Shin Yuna advances through the gloom, her mind racing with endless theories. She wonders where that mysterious guy went. Shin Yuna scrutinizes every corner of the cave, scanning every crevice and turn for any clues. Her gaze remains incredibly sharp and hyper-focused, absolutely refusing to miss a single detail. Finally, she reaches another glowing portal and stops right beside it. She stands there, quietly pondering what her next move should be. Shin Yuna cannot be completely certain, but that mysterious guy likely escaped through this exact portal. Still, she worries deeply about the mysterious stranger. Hopefully he is completely safe. Meanwhile, Hyunsung has already made it safely back home. Resting quietly, realizing his physical recovery is going much better than he ever expected. He anticipated passive regeneration alone is a pretty slow process, but pairing it with active healing skills yields some incredible results. After a brutally exhausting day, the tired hunter decides to collapse onto his soft couch. He is running on empty. Feeling like a hunted dog after an endless chase, he tries to rest, but just as Hyunsung finally closes his eyes, something unexpected completely disrupts. His beloved mother interrupts his rest, calling out in total surprise because he is back home so early today, way ahead of his usual daily schedule. She immediately notices that her son looks incredibly strange, so she asks him directly what happened to his face. Hyunsung realizes with total dismay that hiding these physical changes from his sharp mother is impossible. Let's be real, moms always know. He spent way too many points shopping at the store, causing his body to prematurely age and weaken. The hunter quickly tries to reassure his worried mother, claiming he is just terribly exhausted. From a hard day, he decides to quickly pivot the entire conversation, asking if there is any good food around to help him recover. His mother playfully scolds him, asking what he was even doing today. That made him skip his usual home-cooked meals, but then she gently tells him to wait while she quickly prepares some warm and nutritious food. As she leaves, Hyunsung realizes just how terrible he actually feels right now. His head is literally throbbing with unbearable pain and exhaustion. If he keeps burning through points this fast, it will end terribly for his health. Just then, his mother gets an urgent phone call from her daughter about some tragic events that apparently happened at work today. Surprisingly, the sister also begins asking about Hyunsung, deeply concerned for his safety. The mother replies that yes, he is home, but asks her daughter what is wrong and why she sounds so incredibly terrified on the phone. The girl frantically explains that a massive number of hunters died in the dungeons. Hearing this, Hyunsung is completely stunned by the sudden, shocking news. They are likely using the official identification system to track everyone who entered and exited, since his own information has not yet been updated. He remains safe. He anxiously waits for his mother to finally finish her highly emotional phone call about these tragic events. As she hangs up, Hyunsung notices her expression has completely shifted. She looks absolutely terrified and deeply shaken now. With a shaky, sad voice, she slowly tells him everything. Her son that this is why he came home so early. Hun tells his mother with a forced smile that she doesn't have to worry about him. He hasn't even seen a single monster, but his mother won't hear it and insists she always knew this job was too dangerous for her son. She adds that risking his life is completely wrong, but the young man tries to explain that he actually loves his profession. He insists that for the first time in his life, he is genuinely having a great time doing what he loves. Right now, the entrance to the Red Wolves dungeon has been officially shut down to all players. For safety reasons, 2 veteran guard officers were tragically killed while on duty when they confronted the threat. They were unable to offer much resistance to this overwhelmingly powerful monster and fell in an unequal battle. Bizarre footprints were also discovered, showing that the beast had actually escaped the gate. Kim Dong-soo, a monster tracking specialist, tells his colleagues that there is no sign the beast has returned. Shin Yuna asks in disbelief if he really means that the beast is still roaming around out there. They had thoroughly searched the area. The entire squad is highly alarmed. This is the first time anything like this has ever happened on their watch. The veteran tracker tells his squad that he does not know exactly what happened here either, but he will try to follow the beast's trail. Shin Yuna takes a decisive step forward, showing her absolute readiness to act. In this critical situation, the commander tells the tracker that she wants to accompany him on this high-stakes hunt. Naturally, no one objects to the leader's decision, so the squad silently agrees. Kim Dong-soo even tells the commander gratefully that he is truly glad a trusted ally like her is accompanying him on this mission. The girl modestly replies to the tracker that there is no need to thank her. It is all her responsibility and professional duty. The tracker carefully places his hand against the stone wall of the cave and focuses on reading the traces of the events that occurred. He is immediately able to decipher the memory and discovers that the monster had ambushed a group of low-tier players. Judging by the footprints, the beast then surged forward down this path, continuing its bloody hunt. The tracker's eyes glow with a bright blue light as he tells Yuna that something is very off about this situation. She listens closely as he explains that the monster ambushed a player who somehow managed to survive the initial blow. Instead, the target put up an incredibly fierce resistance, and after brutal battle, the monster was forced to retreat. They kept trading lethal strikes in a savage battle that dragged on for quite some time. To the tracker, the mysterious player who fought here seems very unusual, since all the physical traces found clearly show that he was fighting completely alone without any backup. The tracker tells Shin Yuna that he can still feel strong remnants of fire magic lingering in the air. It appears this enigmatic player has a ridiculously high dexterity stat. Kim Dong-soo strongly suspects that this enigmatic hunter the mysterious hunter who fought the beast belongs to a rare magic swordsman class. Exploring deeper into the dark cavern, they find massive paw prints of the beast. Kim Dong-soo decides to inspect these fresh tracks a bit closer. He actually tastes the blood to figure out what happened. The creature was hurt, extremely hurt, he tells his colleague. It lost an insane amount of blood all at once from a heavy blow. Shin Yuna, the leader of the association team, listens closely. She realizes the security guards stood zero chance here. Yet a lone, nameless player managed to severely mutilate the beast. The specialist keeps analyzing the scene with absolute focus. He suspected a magic swordsman at first, but there is one massive catch. It could easily be a high-agility warlock, moving at lightning speed. Most likely, this mystery hunter unleashed some high-tier fire magic. This highly destructive power is what finally put the beast down. They move forward, methodically searching through the grim cavern. Both of them carefully scan every corner of this gloomy area. Kim Dong-soo activates his magic eyes to read the battle remnants. Reaching a wider cavern, he stops. He spots something crucial. He points and declares that this was the final battlefield. Shin Yuna asks in absolute shock if the decisive battle truly happened here. The expert nods, completely sure of his wild deduction. He is positive the monster took its very last breath right here. His eyes glowing a fierce blue, Kim Dong-soo scans the area. He notes that a brutal, close-quarters struggle took place here. Then the mystery hunter finished it off with an incredibly strong spell. Actually, scratch that, the expert is now certain of their class. It was definitely a magic swordsman, judging by these unique combat marks. The monster's leftover energy probably condensed into a rare drop, which explains why they cannot find its physical body anywhere. Hearing this brilliant breakdown, the young leader can barely believe it. The entire scenario sounds absolutely wild and hard to believe. Almost all magic swordsmen are just average, jack-of-all-trades fighters. Their versatility means they never truly master one specific combat style. Yet this nameless player soloed a beast way above his leg. That is an absolutely legendary feat for anyone in that tier. Shin Yuna wonders what kind of monster could achieve this. The specialist drops another massive truth bomb about this mysterious player. Based on the residual energy, the hunter was only around level 24. But something feels off, since he is not with dungeon security. The two guards stationed right at the spatial gate were completely obliterated. They were killed instantly by the beast without even putting up a fight. Even highly trained elite border guards did not stand a chance. They were waiting for a specialized strike force to handle the situation. Hearing all this, Shin Yuna finally pieces the puzzle together. She realizes this rogue fighter is a force to be feared. Clearly, this was no ordinary player. Kim Dong-soo suggests that it cannot be someone who has not yet renewed their license with the Players Association. After all, an official license must be renewed every 2 years to maintain active status. Shin Yuna says she understands, but he knows this entire situation is highly strange and suspicious, as far as how much a hunter can actually level up before renewing credentials. At best, they might reach slightly past level 50th, none of those. Hunters inside the dungeon that day had backing from any major guild. Hearing this, the specialist fully agrees with his colleague, admitting that the situation is indeed bizarre, even if the rumors are true and a high-level player defeated the beast. There is no reason to hunt in a low-level dungeon. Shin Yuna asks if he can somehow track down the mystery hunter who fought this highly dangerous beast. The expert silently weighs the technical possibilities of this tough task. Kim Dong-soo replies that he can try using his special skills, but cannot promise any guaranteed results. He begins to search using his magical eyes, hunting for any hidden traces, but the expert quickly sighs. With deep frustration, immediately after the fierce battle ended, all traces of the mysterious player simply vanished completely. Tracking them is not going to be easy, as the chaotic environment of the dungeon makes tracking nearly impossible. Shin Yuna reminds him that he still managed to find the exact battleground where the hunter clashed with the giant beast. The expert patiently explains to his colleague that a massive creature like that physically cannot move without leaving giant footprints behind. Kim Dong-soo points directly to the ground and tells her to just look at the massive paw print left on the cave floor. A monster of that colossal size will always leave obvious, deep marks. And get this, there is absolutely no sign that the mystery Hunter used any kind of teleportation magic after his fierce battle. If the unknown warrior had used any sort of movement skill, an expert tracker like him could easily detect the residual magical energy. Shin Yuna sighs, admitting she really did ask him for something nearly impossible to pull off. She decides to apologize to him for putting him in such a tough spot with this difficult request. The expert politely insists that he should be the one apologizing instead. He feels bad for failing to find any helpful details. She nods in understanding, deciding they should just head straight back to the association headquarters. Kim Dong-soo fully agrees with her sensible decision to stop wasting time on a dead-end track. Finally, they exit the gloomy dungeon, stepping through a bright portal that leads safely back to humanity. Once inside the association building, Shin Yuna requests a detailed list of every single hunter who entered the gate that day. As chief inspector, she prepares her report, fully convinced an incredibly strong player killed the creature. If there is a hidden powerhouse like that, they must find them immediately. Other guilds cannot get him. Absolutely not. The Players' Association must act. Controlled directly by the state, they represent the official monster hunters. Meanwhile, competing private guilds are strictly for-profit entities. They chase money, only money, in the early years after the cataclysm. The newly established Players' Association wielded an immense amount of power. Their ranks were filled with highly capable hunters loyal to the nation. They had loyal hearts, elite skills, but time marched on inexorably. Bureaucratic red tape and corrupt leaders slowly choked their power. At the same time, private guilds grew rapidly by offering better deals. They treated their hunters like royalty, drawing top talent away. Clueless politicians, knowing nothing about hunting, took key leadership positions. These greedy officials hid behind loud patriotic slogans. Lies, corruption, they forced powerful hunters to work for pathetic wages. Meanwhile, corporate-backed guilds provided a stellar environment for growth. Private companies offered elite hunters massive salaries and perks. Signing bonuses were astronomical, leaving the state-run association in the dust. Desperate to keep top talent, the association had to undergo radical reforms. Corrupt politicians were systematically stripped of their powerful key positions. It was a brutal house cleaning to restore their tarnished reputation. A brutal house cleaning, extremely painful but necessary. Armed with state backing and competitive wages, they leveled the playing field. The association actively fought to win back the nation's best hunters. Through sheer determination, they managed to reclaim their original glory. Through sheer determination and hard work, they managed to reclaim their original untarnished glory. They slowly won back the trust of the entire hunter community. Yet even at peak prosperity, they still lagged behind private guilds. Staff members carefully analyze every single name on the registry, desperately looking for any suspicious details. Shin Yuna quickly realizes they are dealing with an unbelievably talented rookie. Someone capable of clashing with top-tier hunters without breaking a sweat. She is determined not to let this golden opportunity slip away. Can she find him? She will find him, no matter what, by any means necessary. Meanwhile, resting safely at home, Hyunsung knows he must move on. He has already cleared out every Red Wolf gate near his neighborhood. But fortunately, these specific dungeons exist in other parts of the city. Packing his essential gear, he prepares for a much longer journey. It is time to seek out fresh adventures in unfamiliar territory. On the road, Hyunsung seriously contemplates how to level up his mysterious ability. The skill originating from the Book of Immortality remains a total enigma. Searches online yield absolutely zero useful details about its true nature. Does he simply need to keep triggering the ability in order to improve it? But since this is a passive regeneration skill, it is not that simple. A passive skill, to trigger it, he must get hurt. After checking into a hotel, he knows he needs a solid plan. He must find a way to hide the massive amount of dungeon stones he collected. Hyunsung simply cannot trust the association staff after those tense encounters. They are hunting for the mystery player. Now, Hyun must avoid their stares and any suspicious eyes on his movements at all costs. The official excuse for searching bags is to stop dangerous items like monster eggs from being smuggled out. While officials claim these checks are absolutely necessary, they have a major hidden motive. They want to effectively stop players from dodging mandatory state taxes. So you have to play your cards exactly right, because let's be real, the big guilds form a greedy cartel. They only move when it benefits them, and in the process they even dodge taxes themselves. Scanning through his game menu for answers, Hyun hopes to find something useful at least. To help him grow, he desperately hopes to uncover some detailed information about his passive skill. Suddenly, his eyes catch a glimpse of a very familiar item. He feels like he saw it somewhere in the shop before. His face instantly twists into pure shock at this completely unexpected discovery on his interface. Finally, Hyun found the exact missing piece he had been chasing to develop his unique immortality skill. But looking at the absurd price tag, the young hunter freezes in pure horror at the massive sum he has to pay. The cost is absolutely ridiculous, but he has zero other options to get stronger. Gritting his teeth, Hyun buys the active skill book because his survival completely depends on it. He only cares about surviving the brutal battles waiting ahead. Right in his hands, a mysterious black book covered in ancient, glowing symbols begins to materialize. Knowing this is his absolute best shot, Hyun decides to dive straight into the ancient, dusty pages to unlock whatever power is hidden inside. The spell takes hold, and Hyun immediately raises his right hand to inspect his new ability. As the foreign knowledge floods his mind, he can feel a strange, cold power settling deep in. Extending his fingers in front of him once more, Hyun takes a deep breath. Wondering what kind of power he just unlocked, he activates his new skill subspace, and a dark, swirling energy begins to seep from his fingertips. Staring at the bizarre, dark mist, he marvels at its sheer weight. It feels incredibly heavy and dense, but something about it prevents him from fully letting his guard down. A strange, cold unease creeps in about this subspace. Still, control feels far smoother than he ever anticipated. The pocket dimension itself is roughly the size of a small apartment where he and his family used to live. After testing his limits, Hyun carefully seals the dimension shut, ensuring nobody catches wind of his secret. Maybe it's time to test this handy storage space out in the wild. He heads out, making his way toward the Red Wolf dungeon, where a swirling portal glows. Even with his official license in hand, he silently prays that everything goes smoothly today. Pulling his hood low, Hyun covers his face so none of the portal staff will remember him later. Scanning his surroundings, the wary hunter looks in every direction, trying. He tries to blend into the massive player crowd to hide from pursuers. Looking at a fully armored player, Hyunung realizes that wearing heavy armor is the perfect way to hide. Then he spots a weird player dressed like a joker. Tons of freaks here today. Shrugging it off, Hyunung approaches the dungeon entrance. He hands over his identification card to the waiting security officer. The guard inspects the card slowly, examining every single detail. Hyunung stands there holding his breath, hoping nobody gives him trouble today. Suddenly the guard looks up, narrowing his eyes with sharp suspicion. He demands to know if this is actually his real name. Luckily, the check passes, and Hyunung slips into the familiar dungeon. Inside, he starts methodically slaying wave after wave. Aggressive red wolves fall fast. He is sharpening his combat skills. Suddenly, a brand new system notification flashes right in front of him. He just unlocked a prestigious achievement for defeating 1,000 beasts. Soloing that many monsters pays off. It is a pretty good day. You have to admit, everything is running surprisingly smoothly for our guy so far. The guards ran his fingerprints and biometrics, but let him through. Now he realizes something. It is time to use his newest skill. He activates his spatial storage. This thing is incredibly useful here. Valuable magic stones from his prey are scattered all over the cave. Hyunung sweeps them up, storing the glowing gems away for safekeeping. But as he holds a few leftover stones, a sudden thought strikes him. He almost forgot a key trick. His disguise must be completely believable. Carrying some visible prey is necessary to pass inspection. Meanwhile, over at the Sioux Guild headquarters, an intriguing conversation begins. A scout reports a fascinating new rookie who caught the attention of Tahun. As the powerful guild's second-in-command, Tahun wants to recruit this player immediately. Hearing this, the squad leader smiles with smug anticipation of a catch. Now Deputy Guild Leader Jonggu steps in, demanding more details. Tell us everything we need to know about this mysterious player. The subordinate immediately begins laying out a detailed, thorough presentation. Displaying all the gathered files, Seatun carefully explains the situation. He breaks down the data clearly so the guild leaders understand. Jonggu leans forward, noting that the rookie has been soloing mid-tier dungeons. The target cleared highly dangerous dungeons from level 15 to 20 completely on his own. He only awakened a few months ago, yet he acts like a veteran. Seatun quickly speaks up, saying that is not even the craziest part. But get this, because this next part is absolutely mind-blowing. He somehow bypassed the sacred rule of 20 levels of difference. Hearing this unbelievable news, the deputy guild leader is struck speechless. Jonggu is completely stunned. Is something like this actually true? It sounds like a total myth, yet his subordinate nods in serious agreement. He admits they cannot say for sure, but the probability is incredibly high. Jonggu asks anxiously if any other guild has tried to poach him. Seatun replies that others backed off because the kid demanded too much. He demands a massive fee. The deputy is stunned by this astronomical price. This unknown newcomer is asking for a ridiculous fortune, according to the commander. The mysterious hunter wants 10 billion won just as a deposit, making Zhang Shanu furious. This kid has lost his mind. Why would he demand such a massive pile of cash? His assistant explains that 10 billion won is actually standard for a high-level player. But still, they have to consider the big picture. What if the rumors are true? If this guy is the real deal, then the massive contract fee is not the problem. Paying that kind of cash is nothing compared to the power they would gain. Instead, the real issue is that both sides refuse to compromise in these negotiations. Hyun refuses to show his status window until he gets that deposit in his hands. Meanwhile, the guild leader insists on fully verifying the player's actual abilities first. The deputy grumbles in frustration. He thinks their guild leader is being incredibly weak. He is always too slow and indecisive when making these major guild moves. But people do not change easily, especially when huge risks and fortunes are involved. That exact hesitation has already cost the guild several top-tier players in the past. He deeply regrets those missed chances and refuses to fail again. Zhang Shanu vows that they will not make another costly mistake under his watch. Taking matters into his own hands, the deputy makes a bold decision. They will hand over the deposit to secure this mysterious newcomer first. If his status window shows any issues, they can just demand their money back. He orders his subordinate T-Hun to personally meet the guy and get a signed contract. The second team commander is stunned by this incredibly risky plan. He asks in disbelief if they are actually going to pay that massive sum. Zhang Shanu explains that if the contract succeeds, they win big. If there is any catch, they will simply force him to refund it. Left alone in his spacious office, he enjoys the quiet as he plots. Zhang Shanu smiles with satisfaction, quite proud of his own strategic genius. If he can successfully recruit this powerhouse, the entire guild will be his. Taking over the top spot as guild leader is finally within his grasp. Meanwhile, Hyun is sweating bullets, feeling the intense pressure of another security check. As the hunter approaches the exit, guards thoroughly search his personal bag. The security staff double-checks everything, treating him like a completely normal player. The guard tells his team that the scan is clear with no issues. Hyun is cleared to go, completely hiding the valuable magic stones in another dimension. He is absolutely thrilled, realizing his secret stash lets him bypass all suspicious eyes. No unwanted attention from prying eyes, it is the perfect stealth setup. A few productive days pass, and he keeps methodically clearing out the dungeon. The grind pays off as Hyun finally unlocks a legendary achievement. With his target met, he can finally wrap things up and head home. But wait, he also secured a rare skill book, which he holds with shaking hands. He looks closer and realizes he already has this exact book in his inventory. A duplicate item, but then Hyun spots another intriguing reward from his achievement. His eyes light up as he inspects a rare item called Wind of Rebirth. Now that is a promising title. This passive skill book speeds up wound healing. It is an incredibly popular recovery skill, highly sought after by top-tier players. And by ordinary folks alike, but this time our hunter gets absolutely nothing. Flashy or special, except for that prestigious legendary achievement. When Hyunsung finally prepares to head home, a strange system alert suddenly pops up, claiming he cannot learn the Winds of Rebirth skill book. He is completely blown away by this bizarre twist. How is something like this even possible? The unexpected error message honestly makes the hunter's hair stand on end. He stares at the screen in disbelief. At what is unfolding, Hyunsung tries to use the book again, but the same error blocks him once more. Now the young man slowly realizes that he has never once heard of this happening to any other player. His mind races as he frantically wonders what happened to his system abilities. That is when his passive from the Book of Immortality suddenly triggers, having quietly evolved without him ever noticing. Hyunsung reads the updated description and sees that it is now a growth-type ability that can keep leveling up. Turns out, this skill literally devours any other abilities that boost recovery or health regeneration. Right then, a massive question pops into his mind: just how powerful can this unique passive actually become? He grabs his trusty vampire blade to run a quick test on himself. Hyunsung is determined to try a somewhat risky experiment to see this upgraded passive in action. He deliberately slices the finger of his hand with a sharp blade to closely observe the results. He stares intently at the fresh cut, checking how fast his flesh begins to knit back together. Sure enough, the slice on his finger starts sealing up faster than before, but there is a catch. The actual difference in his recovery speed is barely even noticeable. Hyunsung wonders just how many high-tier books he will need to feed this passive to make it truly broken. After all, that absorbed book was worth a whopping 30 million points in the system store, but even so, this might actually turn out to be an incredibly smart long-term investment. What is next? On the schedule, finally, the young hunter steps out of the dark cave through glowing portal and heads toward the dungeon exit. Hyunsung makes his way home. But as he walks down the street, his eyes are glued to his cell phone. He boots it up, since he always keeps it powered off inside dungeons. To stay safe and save battery life, he immediately checks for any missed calls or messages that piled up while he was completely off the grid. Suddenly, his phone begins to ring, instantly cutting through his thoughts about his recent dungeon run. Staring at the unknown number flashing on screen, Hyunsung wonders if it is just some annoying spam call. Still, he answers, not expecting anything remotely interesting or important from the caller. But when a polite voice on the other end greets him by his full name, Hyunsung instantly tenses up. Guarded, his mind races with suspicion. Who is this person anyway, and how do they even know his name? Seo Tae-yoon introduces himself as the head of the second recruitment team. For the incredibly prestigious Seo Guild, Hyunsung narrows his eyes immediately. Hearing from such a massive guild instantly puts him on guard. He tells the recruiter the exact same thing. Do not contact him unless they are ready to accept his terms, but the recruiter smoothly replies that if he remembers correctly, Hyunsung asked for 10 billion as a deposit, and now management is ready to accept. They want to meet up and sign an official contract right away, but Hyunsung can barely believe it. He asks them again in total shock if they are actually being serious about this. The guild spokesman explains that a deal this massive requires serious, heavy commitment. But let's be honest, Hyunsung knows that when 10 billion is on the line, nobody plays. Still, hearing this massive, unexpected offer completely catches Hyunsung off guard. He is utterly amazed by how quickly things are turning in his favor. The hunter is completely speechless, not knowing what he should say next. He finally replies that he is out on a hunt, making an immediate meeting pretty tough. So he asks if they can just email the draft contract over to him first. Hearing the request, Seo Tae-hun agrees instantly and promises to send the document over. Hyunsung tells the rep he will contact them after reviewing the terms. With that, their business talk ends on a great note for both sides. Hyunsung is incredibly glad he managed to bend this crazy situation to his advantage. He got exactly what he wanted, turning a bad situation around completely. But walking home, he gets yet another unexpected ping on his phone. Hyunsung receives a notification that the promised contract was sent. These guild reps really are not wasting any time to lock this down. They are actively pushing to get this lucrative contract signed as fast as possible. So Hyunsung takes the document straight to a trusted lawyer to look it over. The initial numbers look fantastic, but some fine print feels a bit suspicious to him. He needs a professional eye to make sure the guild cannot pull a fast one. Some of these clauses look like they could easily strip away his hard-earned benefits. Hyunsung asks which parts look the worst, prompting the lawyer to print a copy. The legal specialist brings the paper over and points directly to one specific clause. He warns that this exact section right here raises some major red flags. If a member supposedly tarnishes the guild name, they can end the deal instantly. This means they can end the contract based purely on their own biased opinion. Everything depends entirely on the subjective opinion of the guild's top bosses. According to the expert, this is a completely unfair trap for any hunter. It is a highly unfair clause, and they can cancel it for other reasons too. Like if they decide his skills or character do not match their high standards. The lawyer looks at Hyunsung and admits he has no idea how much money is involved. But either way, this document is designed to screw him over completely. Hearing these dirty details, Hyunsung is visibly stressed and starts to sweat. The lawyer warns that if the contract is terminated because of his mistake, the penalty is insane. He would have to pay a penalty of 10 times the deposit, which makes Hyunsung boil. He gets furious, realizing just how devious these guild leaders are. Can you blame him? Thankfully, his legal advisor already has a pretty solid plan to fix this mess. He insists they must adjust the penalty fees to match the actual deposit amount. And of course, they have to remove those absolutely ridiculous clauses entirely. Once those fixes are made, the document will be safe enough to sign. Without waiting, Hyunsung immediately dials Seo Tae-hun to debate these unfair terms. Hyunsung just smiles, knowing what he has to do. There is no way he is signing anything without some serious negotiations beforehand. Ko-hun tells the lawyer that he needs to step out and call the guild. He promises to return shortly, then steps out of the quiet office to head down to the street, seeking privacy to discuss the guild contract. The guild employee politely asks how the young hunter is doing, explaining that he is calling to discuss the contract terms. Ko-hun wonders if they would actually agree to 50 billion won instead of the initial proposal, realizing that something highly unusual is happening behind the scenes with these massive numbers. Acting surprised, the young hunter tells the representative is his asking price really too high for such massive guild. The recruiter reminds him that he demanded 100 billion, and they are only offering half of that. The recruiter explains that even though their guild is the absolute best in the monster hunting industry, Kohan must understand that coughing up such an astronomical amount is quite massive challenge even for them. Then, the recruitment worker drops one critical piece of insider information: the maximum amount authorized by management for this deal is capped at 50 billion won. Kohan diplomatically replies that he will seriously consider the proposal. Hearing this, the guild worker is completely taken aback and asks if he is really being serious. Kohan confirms he is, but wants to take another close look at the contract before deciding. The recruiter CEO promises to email the updated version over right away. Kohan thinks with satisfaction that he will get this mobile contract sorted out quickly. Now, get this, he has two completely different contracts sitting in front of him from two different representatives. When the young hunter walks back inside, the lawyer immediately asks if everything went well. With a smile, Kohan politely tells the attorney that everything seems fine, asking if they can review this new copy. The lawyer agrees with interest, noting that his client must be an incredible negotiator to receive such crazy offers. Naturally, in that case, they need to check out what exactly is being offered in this new draft. The attorney also prints out the second contract to methodically study every single clause and condition of the deal. The lawyer looks utterly bewildered, wondering why the same guild is presenting such wildly different demands, and whether these two documents came from the same department or entirely different entities. Kohan asks the specialist in surprise how he even spotted that massive discrepancy. The lawyer explains that while the general content of the drafts is similar, some critical sections are radically different. For example, there are fewer trap clauses, but the penalties are 5 times higher for violations. The young man asks the lawyer if he knows why a single guild would send such contrasting documents. The lawyer suspects there is a fierce internal power struggle happening within the guild, trying to recruit him, a massive rift that is forcing them to send radically different agreements through separate departments. The smart attorney advises Kohan that if he plays his cards right, he can secure much better terms. Kohan seriously reflects on the lawyer's words, realizing that this power struggle is definitely the key to his next move. He asks if the attorney can draft a new contract, eliminating any unfavorable terms. A real professional can easily handle that. Later, when Hyunsung returns to his hotel, he starts reflecting on the chaotic mess within the guild. Its head, Maji-hoon, and the deputy leader clearly have some massive, ongoing power struggles between them. Hyunsung dials a phone number, deciding to play this volatile situation to his advantage. The hunter calls the second human resources supervisor to test his theory. Seotun answers in complete surprise, asking if the hunter has already decided on the contract. He is incredibly thrilled that the powerful hunter called him back directly. Smiling softly, Hyunsung realizes how much fun it will be to manipulate this drama. He calmly explains that he has given the current offer some serious thought. The initial deposit seems a bit too small. Can they pay 200 billion? That stunned supervisor stammers that he cannot give a definitive answer just yet. Still, he admits it might technically be possible. Hyunsung pushes further. He boldly suggests demanding 300 billion instead, raising the stakes. The shocked supervisor asks if he is playing some kind of joke. Dead serious, Hyunsung replies that he is definitely not joking with them. He mentions the first department recruiting director contacted him with a massive offer. Both departments clearly have some major, ongoing internal beef. Seatun immediately fumes at this bold attempt to exploit their inner conflicts. It is a cheap trick, yet it works incredibly well to rattle them. The second department head promises to easily outbid the first department. Hyunsung smirks, fully realizing these two rivals absolutely despise each other. They will literally do absolutely anything to win this fierce guild competition. He decides to call the head of the first department to stir the pot further. Politely greeting the recruiter, he plays the part of a professional. He confirms that he is indeed calling back to discuss the contract details. Jinsung asks how he is doing and if he has reviewed the terms yet. Hyunsung smoothly replies that he wanted to sign with his specific department. Then he flashes a knowing smile and drops a quiet bombshell. He calmly adds that there is no longer any need for that. Jinsung is completely lost and mentions he just sent over an updated draft. He urges the hunter to review the brand new document carefully first. Only then can they have a constructive and realistic conversation. The worried department head desperately asks him to wait a bit. At this point, the call ends as the representative checks the paperwork. Tension hangs in the air while the contract is being reviewed. After a short while, the manager rings him back, fully updated. Hyunsung tells him to settle their messy internal feuds next time. They should only send him a single, unified contract once they agree. Jinsung has absolutely no clue what kind of internal drama Hyunsung means. The hunter boldly demands 200 billion, but says even that is small. Now he expects them to cough up 300 billion instead. The guild rep is furious, asking if he is being openly mocked. Hyunsung calmly states that if they cannot accept his firm terms, then they are more than welcome to walk away. He just picks up and abruptly hangs up after dropping such a highly provocative line right. The guild representative, smiling, the young hunter tells himself that editing voice files is incredibly easy nowadays. These days, that is his exact plan. Hyunsung sends the edited audio recordings of the conversation directly to both of those major and rival department heads. After this little stunt, the guy just tosses his old phone into the trash like garbage. He realizes that it is finally time he switches to a brand new phone, so he avoid leaving any trail. The audio recordings have been altered to completely distort what they were actually discussing during those tense negotiations. Now, Hyunsung is about to pull off something no one in the guild would ever expect. A whole month quickly flies by, and the angry deputy guild leader is now demanding to know where this kid went. Seohan reports to his deeply stressed superiors that Hyunsung is nowhere to be found, not even in the hunting grounds under their own direct control. The entire team has been searching for this mysterious rookie for quite a while, but they still cannot find any trace of him. The deputy completely blows his top and yells that his subordinate cannot even handle a pretty basic task properly. The furious boss demands that they track down the mysterious player immediately, no matter what it actually takes, because after everything that occurred, that provocative audio file was sent a month ago. The tension in the entire guild changed drastically. Now, the main guild leader and deputy are constantly locked deep in a fierce power struggle for control over the entire organization. The whole group is now completely split into two warring factions, which severely undermines their overall effectiveness. Just before this, the team miraculously secured the dungeon entrance records and spotted a clear mention of Hyunsung there, but regardless of all their massive resources, they cannot just review these protected logs whenever they want. The biggest issue is that this mysterious hunter has completely vanished into thin air right now. Without a trace, Youngwoo asks his second group leader if the mysterious guy could have joined a rival guild. Taehyun replies to management that there is virtually no chance of that happening. High-tier players do not just migrate. The furious deputy gets absolutely furious at this response and snaps at his subordinate, saying that he definitely never wants to see his face again. The angry supervisor instantly orders him to Get the hell out of his office immediately. The dismissed subordinate has absolutely no other choice but to quickly retreat under the fierce, burning glare of his angry boss. There is real chaos breaking out in the hallway of this highly prestigious guild, with all the staff witnessing their boss's total meltdown. The nervous employees of the entire organization are suddenly pretty worried about their future career paths in this highly unstable environment. Everyone saw the raging state their boss was in as he stormed out of the deputy's office. Taehyun, sitting back in his own private room, is deeply stressed about this critical situation. He knows it is all because of those fabricated audio files and fake contracts most of his close colleagues have now cited with Hyunsung in this intense internal guild confrontation. Meanwhile, Seohan thinks he would rather find this mysterious player and resolve the entire conflict. Hyunsung, on the other hand, is just thinking about how those massive dungeon hunting points will make him 600,000 in a single day. If he collects such sums daily, he can easily save up quite a fortune for some serious future shopping. He is then suddenly notified that the batteries are ready for customers and another massive sale is coming. Is finally completed. Next, Hyunsung is incredibly thrilled that his new trading venture is booming and bringing in a steady income, but our hunter realizes that he has one major problem with how his trading is organized. The sales window in the system is far too small for efficient bulk trading of products. Every single sold item has to be manually re-registered. The interface, which is extremely time-consuming, he wonders if it is possible to upload all of his inventory in massive quantities all at once. Hyunsung keeps examining his virtual showcase, searching for any way to optimize the workflow. Our hunter realizes he cannot even close the active slots selling electronics to free up space. He wonders if upgrading his trading skill level will actually make a difference. Hyunsung has heard that high-level merchants can easily upload hundreds, if not thousands, of listings simultaneously. This is especially true for a dealer named Rico's, who quickly moves massive potion shipments. However, Hyunsung needs to first collect 10 billion points to upgrade his trade level. Right now, the young man has slightly more than half of the points required for his upgrade. He clearly understands that he must hunt relentlessly to solve this inventory stocking problem once and for all. Then, out of nowhere, our hunter is ambushed by a giant mutant toad leaping from a swampy corner of the dungeon. With aggressive intent, this massive, ugly beast looks dangerous, but even so, Hyunsung handles it effortlessly. A vibrant blue energy starts to surge from the warrior's palms, condensing into a lethal magic spell. This piercing projectile easily slices straight through the skull of a charging beast. Another foe falls lifeless at the hands of this skilled fighter, proving just how much stronger he has grown. Hyunsung is glad that the skirmish was a complete breeze. However, these bizarre mutated toads are not as simple to defeat as they look. One tiny slip, and their toxic spit can heavily paralyze any careless target and disable them. Now Hyunsung knows why almost nobody farms this zone. It is far too risky for normal players. Suddenly, a fresh pack of toads leaps from their nests, preparing a coordinated ambush on our hero. They synchronously spring high into the air to crush the lone fighter with a combined crushing drop, but Hyunsung does not panic at all. Instead, he quickly conjures a burst of highly destructive fire magic in his hands. Unleashing a devastating fireball, he triggers a massive blast that sends fire and debris flying in every direction. The toxic monsters are caught right in the explosion, yet the outcome is not what he anticipated. Our hero is completely baffled by how they survived such an intense detonation. Watching these tough beasts shrug off the damage and press their relentless assault, Hyunsung decides that it is finally time to switch to a physical confrontation. Pulling out his reliable steel, the hunter takes a decisive step forward, preparing to face the surviving creatures head-on. The Warrior charges directly toward the pack, practically throwing himself straight into the heart of the clash. The beasts never expected such highly aggressive tactics from a single human. Now, wielding his incredibly sharp vampire weapon, Hyunsung slashes the head of the nearest beast in one clean motion. It is incredibly easy for an expert hunter, feeling zero resistance. He looks ahead, scanning the other monsters deep in the swamp. Staring down these hideous creatures, he quickly forms a plan of action. No sweat, Hyunsung can easily handle all of them. Several valuable green crystals drop from the dead toads, worth some serious cash. An easy win, he smiles in satisfaction. A few clean strikes and he is set, but then a notification arrives. Someone has completely bought out his entire stock of battery packs. Hyunsung finds this highly unusual, since electronics usually sell pretty slowly. Then boom, another terrible review hits his store, giving him a bad vibe. He decides his best move is to dispute this unfair claim with support. But instead, a system warning forces him to slash his prices in half. Digging through his recent transaction history, Hyunsung spots one highly suspicious detail. Every single complaint he received is worded exactly the same way. He tries to figure out who is behind this coordinated hit on his shop. That is when he notices a highly suspicious vendor online going by the name Crow. This rival seller has been listing a massive variety of goods. Now look closer, there is an incredibly weird pattern in his trade logs. Crow only ever bought one specific item from Hyunsung's shop. Like clockwork, every single transaction triggers a fresh complaint. It would make sense if Crow bought gadgets that actually needed power. Things like handheld games or cameras that require portable power. Instead, he strictly bought nothing but these specific battery packs. He purchased them instantly, only to write a terrible review right after. Now the system demands a 50% discount because of these bad reviews. They even slap Hyunsung with a harsh deadline to comply. No way, Hyunsung is absolutely not going to take this lying down. He is completely done playing nice with these scammers. Hyunsung is furious. Why should he bow down to these dirty tricks? The hunter decides to list the exact same items to test a theory. As soon as the listing goes live, a notification alerts him. The item is bought instantly, and sure enough, another warning arrives. Crow filed yet another identical complaint about the quality of the goods. Total chaos, he is completely baffled by this mess. A complete mystery shopper. But Hyunsung finally puts the pieces together and sees the real goal. Crow wants to force him into a complete market lockout. Well, if that is his plan, Hyunsung is not going to fold. He is absolutely not backing down. Time for some payback. All those batteries the scammer hoarded are now his own problem. Meanwhile, Crow smugly wonders how long this rookie can survive. How long can a simple knife seller handle a brutal bidding war? Does this kid seriously think he can beat a seasoned veteran? To these fresh newcomers, basic trading looks like god-tier magic. Blessing at the start of his journey, armed with this unique skill, Crow quickly grew far stronger and wealthier than any other player. As a result of this long game, he became the absolute ruler of the planet where he now lives and thrives, but even with rare skills, success is never a guarantee. Not everyone can reach such peak levels of power and influence. Fail to gather enough points and a player is doomed to crash and burn. Resources are always too scarce to unlock full potential or reach ultimate goals. Because points are drained pretty quickly on various needs and upgrades. Eventually, rookies get too caught up in the thrill of spending and end up wasting precious resources, and yet they know full well that racking up points takes a massive amount of time and sheer effort. As a rule, rookies grind points through hunting, only to waste them on pricey healing potions, but occasionally, some pretty strange players try to play smart in the marketplace, earning points by peddling unique goods from their home planets. But no matter how tight Crow's grip on the market is, he's ultimately going to end up on his knees before Hyun, Crow pondered. His next move, knowing the market was now a cutthroat race for absolute power. This seasoned veteran was constantly snapping up premium goods from naive rookies. Goods that naive rookies posted for sale on the market. This crafty merchant would immediately file false complaints against every single purchase. Using any petty excuse he could find, the dirty trick worked flawlessly. He kept spamming reports until the poor sellers were permanently banned. These newbies got blocked for 3 whole months. Once those bans expired, Crow would simply repeat his toxic cycle all over again. Man knew that no matter how stubborn a rival was, everyone broke. Eventually, under his relentless onslaught of reports, his desperate victims had no choice but to sell their items at fixed prices on his timeline. In this sneaky way, Crow planned to secure an absolute monopoly over the market. If that gutsy rookie, Hyun, ever decided to stand up and rebel, he was going to face a seriously brutal uphill battle. After all, an experienced player like Crow could easily report Hyun to get him temporarily blocked. Checking out his rival's store, the young hunter quickly noticed something. Every single battery was completely sold out and desperately needed restocking. Hyun fell deep into thought, plotting a way to crush his opponent. With his stock completely wiped out, he needed to replenish his supplies immediately. Only then could he keep this high-stakes business game going. He headed over to a local merchant to buy up new items. He bought a massive variety of goods. He saw right through the enemies. Cheap scare tactics designed to force him out of business. Luckily, Hyun had been in the trading game for a very long time. He possessed plenty of market knowledge and a pretty clever plan to match. It was time to deal with this annoying rival once and for all. Hyun knew Crow was about to face a very rude awakening. So he listed his fresh batch of premium merchandise, fully prepared. In his mind, he challenged Crow. It was time for round 2. Hyun stood near the trading system, methodically filling his virtual shopping cart. He packed it with various items. Meanwhile, Crow noticed his opponent's moves. The rival got incredibly hyped for another round in this brutal trade war. Something was off. Not a single customer had complained yet. At the same time, other platform players began snapping up the bargain batteries. These hot items were flying off the shelves at absolute steal prices. Hyun realized people would buy these even if he doubled the price. The trick worked, and Crow was starting to get seriously stressed out. At this rate, his mysterious rival would completely ruin him. Determined to win, Hyun kept listing more and more products for sale. Knowing Crow would complain anyway, Hyun boldly tripled the price of the items. With this, Hyun accumulated 10 billion points and unlocked a rare rank. Epic heroic gear unlocked, but at first he absolutely hated this trade war. Dealing with a veteran competitor on the platform was exhausting. But now Hyun felt grateful for this struggle that made him filthy rich. Even so, he knew raising prices further right now was a dangerous gamble. The market was highly volatile, making caution his absolute best option. Lately, the refunds and complaints almost matched his successful sales. Hyun carefully planned his next move, adjusting his stock levels. While listing new goods, Hyun wondered if that stubborn rival would bite. No way will he actually fall for it again. Right on cue, countless batteries were bought by the same mysterious buyer. Crow desperately hoped this annoying kid would finally break under the pressure. No regular seller could survive so many formal complaints. The veteran trader needed to pause and recover from this grueling war. Turning his massive deficit back into a surplus would take serious resources. Both sides had pushed hard to stabilize their positions in the market. By now, the battery prices had quadrupled from their original value. Crow was absolutely furious, funding this insane war entirely out of pocket. He was burning cash, and continuing this standoff meant total financial ruin. Things were getting critical, pushing his limits to the absolute edge. He could handle the current prices, but his opponent seemed completely unbothered. Suddenly, Crow noticed a strange update on the trade platform. It was a crucial listing that could turn this entire fight around. He carefully browsed the storefront, analyzing the rival's new offerings. A system notification popped up, asking if he wanted to purchase items. They were high-capacity outdoor batteries. Crow stared in complete horror. How did this newbie secure such an advanced, long-term trading deal? Hyun had listed over 70 of these overpriced power cells on the market. Buying them all up would cost Crow a staggering 21 billion points. What if the kid simply restocked with even more batteries right after? Was it really worth wasting so many points on an endless war? Crow was confident, but this spending was getting completely out of hand. He had the capital to spend 100 times more if needed. Yet one massive problem remained. There was no telling how far Hyun would go. That seasoned player was no longer as ambitious and driven as he had been at the start of the trade war. Crow figured it was finally time to end this brutal confrontation and accept defeat. Meanwhile, Hyun received a very welcome system notification that his listed item had successfully sold to eager customers. The young merchant realized he had not received another single complaint from unhappy buyers, none at all. It seemed that annoying pest had finally given up and halted his annoying antics. Additionally, those massive high-capacity batteries were snapped up by loyal repeat buyers who trusted his shop. Hyun saw Crow listing those exact items back on the market. It looked laughable, absolutely ridiculous. This guy forced him to play his trump card much earlier than planned. Evening fell and he walked down a dark alleyway. Thinking back on his massive success in trading the day before, he realized that, as always, his items were growing incredibly popular among the platform users. Various buyers, Hyun desperately needed to stock up on new items like these to expand his store inventory. Meanwhile, the devil sat upon her dark throne, actively looking for some unique and interesting new items. She spotted something in a catalog, a retro home arcade machine with a highly enticing description. The mysterious shopper briefly looked away from the glowing screen, and then she noticed a portable game console that had been bought by that annoying Crow guy. She had no idea if the product was actually decent, or if she should buy it just for laughs. Back at the hotel, Hyun wondered how much his trading skills had evolved from their starting level. He had already accumulated almost 15 billion points, but 1 trillion points were required to reach the heroic rank. He was completely baffled by this sudden climb. Was too steep. It made no sense. The young man realized his path to true power was going to be insanely long and brutally hard to walk. First, though, Hyun had some other pressing matters to handle. First, no shortcuts, and it turned out exactly as he suspected. Buying a heroic rank elixir was no walk in the park. Hyun could only purchase it once he unlocked the heroic skill rank himself, and what is even better, he could now list up to 100 items in his shop. After leveling up, Hyun noticed the system had unlocked customer reviews for his goods. He could finally see what people really thought about his merchandise and its quality on the platform. The young merchant figured it would be quite interesting to go through them and examine the feedback. Hyun quickly realized the comments were brutally honest and incredibly blunt. Sure, there were some magical items powered by electrical wires and glowing mana stones, but the cost of such high-tech items, even on Earth, was completely out of reach for any regular person on Earth. Because of that, Hyun simply could not sell such pricey items in his modest little store. Exhausted after a long day, he collapsed onto his comfortable bed in his small hotel room, deciding to rest while lazily checking out the latest items listed in the trading market. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he saw a living, breathing pet up for sale. Hyun wondered if pets were considered a luxury buyers instead of practical utility. He stretches out after a long, brutal day of hunting. He collapses flat on his back, finally winding down after a stressful trading battle. Staring up, he starts wondering about the massive cost of legendary rank items. Honestly, he is way too terrified to even estimate that kind of insane price tag. Right then, his phone starts blaring, completely shattering the silence of his quiet room. Hyunsung wonders who would dare disturb him at such a late hour. After hesitating for a quick second, he finally decides to pick up and answer. To his complete surprise, it turns out to be his worried mother on the line. She asks if he personally knows a guy named Seo Tae-hun. Hyunsung hesitates, but then recalls hearing rumors about this prestigious person. Specifically, he is the ruthless boss running their highly elite second department team. Instantly, he realizes exactly where this creepy call is heading. Hyunsung quickly connects the dots, remembering their tense past business negotiations. He knows this guy, and it definitely was not a friendly meeting. He braces himself, fully expecting the absolute worst news from his worried mother. With growing dread, he asks her why she is suddenly bringing up his name. In a panicked voice, his mother reveals that this mysterious man has actually shown up at their house. He is standing right outside, and she has no idea what to do. She asks if she should let him in, but Hyunsung quickly yells no. He tells her to lock up and absolutely do not open that front door under any circumstances. Surprised, she wonders if the man did not come with good intentions. Smiling gently, her son reassures her to trust him. He promises to explain the entire situation in full detail very soon. She agrees, promising not to do anything that might jeopardize him. Hyunsung responds with absolute confidence, keeping his voice perfectly calm and steady. He guarantees he will resolve this situation and handle everything very quickly. He tells her she definitely does not need to worry at all. Meanwhile, the arrogant boss of the second department is standing directly outside their home. Seo Tae-hun pulls out his phone to call the hunter directly. The smug guild representative is pretty thrilled that his pressure tactic actually worked. He successfully forced the kid to negotiate, and Hyunsung answers the call absolutely furious. He demands to know why they are targeting his elderly mother's house. Seo Tae-hun just chuckles, telling him he is stressing out way too much. He claims he really came with peaceful intentions. The boss points out they are aware of his father's critical condition. They know he is struggling alone, but the son refuses to listen. He snaps back that they clearly want to sign him, not harass his helpless mother. The boss smoothly replies that big career decisions require careful thought. Seo Tae-hun says they just want to consult his family first. Hearing this, Hyunsung fires back that it is none of their business. Seo Tae-hun chuckles, calling him a pretty tough kid for standing his ground. They offered him a massive, life-changing payout, so why the stubborn rejection? The hunter asks how he can even ask that after sending a slave contract. The guild representative looks genuinely puzzled, asking what exactly the young hunter is confused about. Hyun brings up the shady terms in the document, asking a sharp question. Does the representative seriously not understand the problems with this contract? After consulting a lawyer, Hyun knows his stuff, leaving Seo Tae-hun highly stressed. The representative wonders if this young hunter is actually some kind of genius. Hyun calmly waits to hear how this corrupt guild representative will cover his tracks. The spokesperson claims the sketchy clause is just safety insurance for the future. Seo Tae-hun pauses, carefully calculating his next words to sway the hunter. He urges Hyun to deeply consider the massive wealth this deal offers. He pushes their highly lucrative proposal, trying hard to convince him. Surely the young hunter knows that their prestigious guild is the absolute best. Right now, the second team commander is sweating bullets over this unexpected resistance. Hyun can easily sense that he now holds all the leverage here. He paces around the room, listening to whatever desperate words the man says next. Hyun silently regrets that he cannot sign, given that sneaky open status clause. If that single tracking term was gone, he would have accepted their deal. But Seo Tae-hun refuses to accept losing this incredibly talented prospect. The desperate representative has no intention of walking away empty-handed. Standing right outside Hyun's mother's apartment, his anxiety begins to spike. Hyun answers with a cold, direct tone, completely cutting him off. If that is all they wanted to say, he is hanging up right now. The young hunter adds a warning that he will change his number next. They will never be able to track him down or contact him again. And if they dare to harass his mother again, there will be hell to pay. He promises they will not get away with it, ending the tense call. Honestly, you can practically hear the steam coming out of his ears right now. He cannot believe how incredibly cocky and disrespectful this young punk is. There is no way he is letting this valuable target slide. If persuasion does not work, it is time to take some drastic action. He slides his phone away and starts plotting his next aggressive move. He needs to teach this stubborn kid a very painful lesson. His first move is to contact his immediate boss back at the guild. Seo Tae-hun asks if they can track down the hunter's exact location. Naturally, their tech department locates the elusive target in a matter of seconds. They quickly send over the exact coordinates of where Hyun is hiding. But there is a catch. He is currently inside a rival guild's territory. This is the turf of the powerful Osun Guild, complicating things massively. After a tense discussion, his boss orders him to contact the rival guild. Seo Tae-hun flashes a dark, sinister grin as a brutal plan forms. They will not kill him, but a massive scare should do the trick. Once terrified, this arrogant rookie will come begging to sign their contract. The next day, Hyun visits his usual local electronics shop for supplies. He carefully inspects the rows of used appliances, hunting for cheap deals. He debates which pieces will bring in the highest resale profit. The hunter fills his cart with a wide variety of second-hand items. This looks like another highly promising setup for his growing retail business. A high-end boutique right in the center catches his eye, packed with premium designer clothes. It is a prestigious place full of expensive luxury gear. Our guy walks right in. He leaves loaded down with massive shopping bags, all stuffed with premium goods for resale. Hyun buys so much high-end stock that the entire staff treats him like absolute royalty. The clerks bow deeply, holding him in incredibly high esteem as he finally heads out. Walking home, he just hopes this massive haul is enough to start trading. Night falls quickly. Another glowing portal crackles to life for the hunters. A new portal, deadly, and it just opened up. Hyun runs through his final gear checks, ready to dive back in for more loot. He knows the drill, it is grind time, and he is fully ready for it. Another standard workday, he stares down a pack of aggressive beasts. These mutant toads look nasty, but he is already planning his next clean sweep. The moment the hideous monsters spot him, they charge forward with terrifying speed. Hyun remains completely calm. He grips his sharp vampire blade with absolute confidence. He locks his stance, ready, it is fight time. With one precise, brutal swing, he takes the heads off the slimy beasts. Honestly, this is almost too easy. A skilled veteran could do this in his sleep. Eyes closed, no problem. He immediately pivots to his next targets. He slices the hideous creatures clean in half with one effortless, smooth stroke. New target, new plan. He decides to switch his combat style. He conjures fire magic, unleashing a massive blazing spell directly at his enemies. The swampy ground erupts into a sea of bright, destructive flames. 5 straight hours, constant grinding, Hyun relentlessly clears the dungeon. He hunts down every last slimy monster until a bright notification pops up. He just cleared 10,000 mutant toads, unlocking a legendary hunter title. Hyun is thrilled, absolutely hyped. The grind paid off early. He finished the entire quest, way ahead of his original schedule. Packing up, he starts making his way back through the gloomy, wet caverns. Strolling toward the exit, his eyes are glued to his phone screen. Look behind him. A shady figure is quietly creeping up. Planning ahead, Hyun wants to hit a new dungeon today. The prospect of more easy loot makes him smile as he walks on. Trouble is coming. Shady guys in dark clothes are watching him. Lurking in the shadows, ready to spring an ambush. One of the green-robed bandits whispers to his partner, checking the target. He asks if this is definitely the guy they were ordered to hit. The second bandit nods. Yes, this is definitely the prey they wanted. They decide to tail him silently, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Hyun steps right into his next destination, completely unaware of his tail. But inside, the stunning scenery takes his breath away completely. He has never seen an instance this gorgeous, filled with lush vegetation. It is his first time exploring such a massive, wooded area. It feels less like a dangerous zone and more like a peaceful forest. What a scenic place to go on an adventure. He smiles, eager to explore. Hyun weighs his options before deciding to venture deeper into the dark, overgrown thicket. He activates his stealth skill to slip past the clueless guards. The lazy guards do not suspect a single thing at the entrance. Hyun moves like a silent ghost, slipping right under their noses. Leaving the clueless gatekeepers behind, he steps deeper into the dungeon. Once inside the dense forest, he knows they will never spot him here. The perimeter is secure. Now it is the perfect moment. It is finally time to start hunting some unsuspecting goblins. These ugly green monsters are practically drooling at the sight of fresh meat. But Hyun is not about to let them enjoy this moment. He calmly fires a high-powered magic missile straight at them. Their comrades drop dead instantly, yet the remaining beasts keep grinning. This creepy, fearless reaction actually catches our veteran hunter off guard. Normally, prey would run, but these things are different. So Hyun decides to turn up the heat with a fireball. Watch this, his eyes are completely locked onto his targets. Dozens of tiny green feet patter across the muddy forest floor. They are swarming in for a brutal fight, but Hyun is ready. Tracking their chaotic movements, he pinpoints exactly where they will strike. The wild horde rushes forward, brandishing rusted iron spears. They charge directly at him, coordinated and hungry for blood. Hyun is actually impressed by how organized these mindless pests are. But admiration won't save them. He unleashes another wave of magic. Explosive fire spells detonate, tearing right through their front lines. Bodies fly everywhere, yet a few survivors desperately keep charging forward. Hyun calmly lines up his next shot with perfect precision. Boom, he blows a charging goblin's head clean off. He repeats the deadly cycle, systematically wiping out the threat. There is absolutely no hesitation in his fluid, lethal movements. Honestly, he's totally dominating this fight, but then disaster strikes. A rusty spear tip thrusts from behind, aiming straight for his throat. Hyun senses the danger just in time and spins to block the strike. He parries the blow, but his relief is cut incredibly short. This battle is about to get way more complicated than he expected. Another massive wave of monsters emerges from the thick shadows. Suddenly, a lethal volley of dark arrows rains down on him. The projectiles pelt his reinforced cloak, unable to pierce the armor. They simply bounce off harmlessly. Hyun takes a confident stride forward. That heavy defensive gear was worth every single coin he spent. He swings his blade, decapitating the beasts foolish enough to surround him. Recognizing he is outnumbered on the ground, Hyun seeks high ground. He leaps high, landing gracefully onto a massive tree branch. Looking down at the chaotic battlefield, he quickly plans his next move. The swarm is clustering together, forming a perfect target for him. It is time to end this. He prepares to dive back down. He lunges forward, striking a goblin down with his powerful palm right in the green. Grabbing another beast, Hyunsung slams his green opponent hard against the solid ground. Crushing force, the remaining terrified beasts gasp in absolute panic. Exhausted and terrified by this display of power, they watch as Hyunsung continues. No chance, he methodically slices right through the green beasts. His trusty dagger makes incredibly quick work of these weak low-level creatures. Like clockwork, as the dust settles, valuable glowing crystals scatter across the dirt. Trophies of all different shapes and sizes shimmer right at his feet. Looking at his hard-earned loot, Hyunsung happily celebrates another successful run. The combat is over, and the hunter activates his convenient skill to collect spoils. He activates subspace to gather his loot, but things quickly take a turn. Heavy footsteps suddenly echo through the silent, deep forest. The mysterious noise draws closer, completely shattering the brief post-battle calm. Hyunsung sighs in sheer exhaustion, wondering who could possibly be out here. It makes no sense for anyone else to be roaming around this deep. Suddenly, a loud voice demands to know what idiot is messing around on their property. Looking up, Hyunsung spots a group of shady bandits blocking his path. They must have been tailing him ever since he first stepped inside. He is genuinely shocked to find other hostile players in this zone. The strangers call out to each other, confirming that he is indeed their target. No clue, he has no idea what these creeps want from him. Suddenly, their leader steps forward in a distinctive green robe, looking incredibly smug. He threats that our hero has been poaching monsters on their private territory. Hyunsung snaps back, arguing that everyone pays the exact same entrance fee. There is absolutely no reason for them to claim this land as theirs. The smug leader laughs, claiming they grind here every single day without fail. In their eyes, that makes this zone their personal, undisputed hunting ground. To pay for his trespass, they demand he hand over every single crystal. And his gear, he has to hand that over too. Talk about an absolute robbery. Hyunsung realizes these thugs are completely out of their minds. He knew muggings happened, but never expected to be a target himself. Keeping his cool, he warns them they are making a massive mistake. He looks them dead in the eye, letting his cold tone do the talking. The gang leader merely laughs, mocking the kid for being so utterly clueless. He points out that modern technology and weapons are totally useless down here. Electronics do not function, meaning raw martial power is all that matters. Because of this, brutal player versus player clashes happen in secret all the time. With no witnesses around, the law of the jungle completely takes over. Mysterious hunter deaths inside dungeons are barely even investigated. They are written off as unfortunate accidents, letting criminals run wild. Shady squads can steal whatever they want without any consequences. Resisting means death, they simply silence their targets permanently. Hyunsung knows these killers have likely taken many lives before. Staring down their wicked smirks, the young hunter has only one thought left in his mind. There is one thing Hyunsung cannot understand here: why do these guys still attack despite seeing the massive goblin massacre he personally orchestrated? Their leader sneers, claiming that this clueless young hunter clearly has no understanding of how dangerous their current situation actually is. Look closely, they want to show him what real players are actually capable of. No games, suddenly, the entire group charges forward to attack him. They strike, the gang aims directly for the solo fighter. Hyunsung calmly watches them charge. He remains completely unfazed by their aggressive numbers. He narrows his eyes slightly, focusing all his senses on the incoming clash. Honestly, this whole squad is way too slow for him. Too slow, real fighters simply do not move this sluggishly. Just then, an enemy spear thrusts at him from a blind spot. Hyunsung easily parries the surprise attack with his own weapon, sending the opponent's heavy spear slamming directly into the dirt. Now he is getting pretty annoyed. It seems they truly want to fight. Two overconfident players swing their weapons simultaneously, attempting to catch him off guard. But the hunter does not back down. Instead, he unsheathes his sharp vampire dagger for close quarters combat and swings it with sheer, brutal force. With a single swift strike, he snaps his opponent's steel weapon right in half. Without missing a beat, Hyunsung pivots and delivers a massive follow-up blow. The impact sends the target flying several meters backward before crashing hard. Hyunsung instantly locks onto his next target, but the second bandit manages to barely raise his weapon in a desperate attempt to block the hit. Hyunsung completely ignores the defense, throwing a heavy fist instead. His punch connects solidly right on the foe's chin, taking them down instantly. Honestly, watching him dismantle these guys in seconds is pretty wild. The remaining bandits stare in absolute shock at this unexpected level of power. Furious, they scream that he is some kind of monster. How is he so fast? Determined to avenge their fallen comrade, they all prepare to rush him at once. Hyunsung silently mocks them, thinking they are far dumber than ordinary goblins. They clearly lack the basic tactical awareness of average dungeon monsters. One enraged attacker leaps high, swinging a massive blade down at him. But the heavy steel sword is instantly sliced in two with ridiculous ease. Hyunsung's vampire blade is simply on a completely different tier of durability. Next, he drives a rock-solid fist straight forward, showing absolutely zero mercy. The heavy punch lands cleanly on the opponent's nose, shattering his guard. He collapses backward onto the ground, sobbing in agony from the devastating hit. Suddenly, another aggressive bandit sneaks up from behind with his weapon drawn. Fortunately, Hyunsung easily catches the sound of his footsteps and spins around. Raising his dagger just in time, he prepares to deal a fatal blow. He thrusts the sharp tip of his blade directly toward the attacker's face. The sheer terror on the bandit's face is enough to halt any momentum. Hyunsung is fully prepared to end him, but something makes him hesitate. He shifts his trajectory at the very last second, choosing a different path. The strike merely grazes the side of his opponent's cheek instead. They barely leave a scratch. Hyunsung is completely annoyed by these pests. These idiots need to be finished. He grabs one of the bandits by the head. He grips them tight in his powerful hands, getting ready to deliver the final blow. He lifts his red-haired opponent up and slams him headfirst into the hard ground. The impact is brutal. Hyunsung wonders what kind of disgusting freaks just blocked his path. Right then, a warning shout from behind signals someone else is approaching. Hearing this, Hyunsung immediately decides to switch up his entire combat strategy. He quickly hides his sharp dagger away as he warily keeps watch. He conjures a magical subspace, hoping this trick works exactly as intended. He tightly grips his sturdy shield, preparing himself for the next fight. Deep in this dense forest, the late evening starts shrouding everything in shadows. Eerie darkness creeps in. Nearby, a dark-haired stranger watches from the trees. He silently notes that the bandits are doing a pretty decent job. It would have been simpler if management had just ordered this hunter dead. Instead, he has to settle for causing serious damage and some heavy intimidation. The mysterious figure slowly steps toward the raging battlefield. Thanks to his sharp senses, Hyunsung detects faint footsteps over the noise. He whips around, demanding to know if a dungeon guard has arrived. He asks who is there, expecting a member of the dungeon security department. Instead, he faces a massive, muscular stranger with long, flowing hair. The giant newcomer seems amused, taken aback by the question. He does not quite catch what the young hunter is getting at. Hyunsung instantly realizes this hulking figure is definitely no security officer. In reality, he is the terrifying boss of the entire bandit gang. The wounded bandits groveling on the ground look up in pure dread. They shudder, realizing their formidable leader has finally stepped onto the field. The towering boss sneers, asking if Hyunsung knows what he just did. Did he really think he could just trash all of his men? Hyunsung calmly points out that the bandits were the ones who started this. But before he can even finish his sentence, a heavy weapon flies. The steel comes flying straight at him with brutal, crushing force. Fortunately, Hyunsung raises his sturdy shield just in the nick of time. He barely manages to deflect the sheer power of the blow. The bandit leader grins, excited to play with his stubborn new toy. The massive two-handed weapon hums, slicing through the air with dread. Hyunsung quickly shifts his weight, sliding his foot back for stability. He locks into a low, firm stance to prepare for the impact. Raising his guard, he frantically calculates his next move in this sudden, dangerous crisis. The bandit boss is genuinely stunned by the kid's quick reflexes. How could a mere rookie successfully block a heavy blow like that? He clearly does not belong in a high-level danger zone like this. The hulking leader suddenly bursts into a loud, sinister laugh. He admits that although he has only watched the young hunter for a brief moment, but he has already grown completely sick of this useless, stubborn resistance. Yoongu wanted to make this hit as clean as possible, but the young hunter had other plans. The boss isn't going to let Hyunsung slip away quietly, raising his weapon. He swings a massive, deadly strike aimed right at the hunter. The bandit sneers that a single broken leg won't be the end of this. The massive leader takes a heavy, threatening step forward. He prepares to deliver a crushing blow, leaving Hyunsung highly stressed. This is his very first life-or-death battle against a genuinely strong enemy. He watches the insanely massive gang leader leap high into the air. The boss is confident this single, devastating drop will finish him. But at the last second, Hyunsung raises his sturdy shield to block. Direct hit, he barely deflects the impact with his trusty shield. Leaping backward, the young hunter quickly gains some crucial distance. The leader stares in disbelief. How can this kid resist him? He realizes this mysterious hunter is far stronger than he first seemed. Meanwhile, Hyunsung knows this opponent is on a completely professional level. This boss has speed and power far beyond the random bullies. Highly skilled, his movements are incredibly fast and sharp. In terms of raw combat stats, the boss is completely superior. He has decades of ruthless battle experience and far better skills. Plus, the leader's special vampire weapon has incredibly high stats. But there is still one crucial detail Hyunsung doesn't fully understand. How did an ordinary dungeon run turn into such a deadly ambush? Why target him? It makes absolutely no sense. There was no warning, but right now, survival is his priority. If he ever wants to uncover the truth, he first has to escape this dungeon alive. A blazing spear of fire begins to take shape in his hands. The gang leader notices the magical energy, but doesn't react in time. Within seconds, a fully materialized fire spear lights up the dark cavern. The white-hot flames erupt directly in front of the boss's eyes. Then boom, a deafening explosion violently shakes the entire cavern. Thick smoke and heavy ash completely blanket the surrounding woods. Now's his chance. Hyunsung uses the thick smoke to slip away. He needs to run and put some serious distance between them. But the blast did some serious damage, burning the leader's long hair. Oh man, his prized long hair is completely gone, and he's absolutely furious. Hyunsung is shocked that his opponent is still standing and angrier than ever. He silently curses, realizing his magic didn't do enough fatal damage. The powerful spell only served as a temporary, flashy distraction. The boss is so incredibly pissed that he regrets not killing him sooner. Desperate to end this, he lunges forward to deliver a final, killing blow. He swings his heavy weapon, slicing the air incredibly close to Hyunsung. Fatal range, the razor-sharp edge of that massive blade almost grazes his throat. He manages to raise his small shield at the absolute last second. But the sheer force shatters his defense, leaving him completely exposed. The bloodthirsty leader grins, knowing this annoying kid has run out of options. In a desperate final effort, Hyunsung braces for the incoming impact. Hyun pools blazing fire energy, a new spell is ready to go. He aims to land another massive, heavy blow with his flaming spear. His deadly opponent quickly hoists a giant weapon, using it as a solid shield. No panic, this defensive move does not bother the young hunter at all. He has a clear plan. He hurls the blazing spear forward with incredible precision. He throws it not at the bandit, but straight into the dirt beneath his feet. Boom, a massive explosion erupts, violently shaking the earth for yards around them. The shocking blast knocks the gang leader off balance, sending him crashing down. Total darkness. Blinded by the thick soot, the bandit chief grows furious. He seethes with pure rage, wondering what kind of monster this cheeky brat actually is. The enraged bandit blindly swings, hurling another blade through the gray smoke. Solid defense. Hyun raises his battered shield to block the incoming attack. His opponent stares through the haze with mad eyes, completely losing his mind. Pure rage, the heavy black smoke slowly begins to lift from the field. Spotting his target, the leader sneers that he has finally found him. He raises his heavy blade, aiming a blow meant to slice his shoulder. Missed, Hyun leaps aside at the absolute last second, dodging the strike. The hunter realizes something is very off about his enemy's motives. This dangerous man is not actually trying to kill him right here. Wait, is the bandit really not trying to kill Hyun on the spot? He is working toward a different mission, but it remains a mystery. Retreat time. Hyun uses his fire spear to fall back once more. He casts the blazing spell to hide in the newly rising smoke. The furious boss screams, asking how long he will play these games. That last blast was incredibly powerful, almost hitting the bandit leader head-on. Blinded again, the ringleader cannot see a single thing through the soot. Dense smoke blocks his vision as the surrounding forest begins to burn. Little by little, the woods catch fire, sending black clouds skyward. Time bought, Hyun desperately thinks about how to defeat this powerful opponent. He needs the perfect item from the system shop to survive this. He quickly scrolls through the store. He searches for any useful ability to save him in this crisis. Found it, he spots a passive book called Survival Instinct in the shop. He buys it, the skill is learned on the spot. Breathing easier, Hyun feels a wave of relief wash over him now. This crucial passive skill might just give him the upper hand here. Suddenly, his enemy roars through the smoke, telling him to give up. He shouts that fighting back is pointless and he should just surrender. The leader mocks him, claiming the exhausted hunter looks ready to collapse. Just survive, Hyun knows he only needs to last 160 seconds. Once the timer ends, his new skill will disarm his opponent completely. The boss just laughs, calling him a completely foolish and naive kid. Hyun ignores the insults, fully focused on his countdown and defense. Suddenly, a figure dressed in dark clothes steps right onto the battlefield. A cold presence, a mysterious girl arrives with a freezing, sharp gaze. Her dark eyes sweep the room, coolly assessing the entire situation around her. Watching her in total disbelief, Hyunsung had only one question on his mind. Who was she, that blue-eyed stranger with a gaze that cut right through him? Suddenly, snap, the gang leader's massive, high-grade weapon completely shatters in half. Talk about a total reality check. The boss stands frozen as his trusty weapon falls apart. She did it, a single, effortless flick of her wrist, and it was over. Just one casual motion, and his giant sword was instantly reduced to scrap metal. Without missing a beat, she goes on the attack to teach him a lesson. Hyunsung stands there with his jaw practically dropping to the floor. He just watched a seemingly fragile girl demolish a legendary tier warrior in seconds. Just absolute madness. He is completely lost trying to process what happened. He is completely dazed, struggling to wrap his head around what he just saw. The enigmatic girl takes a quiet, slow step toward the bewildered young man. Approaching Hyunsung, she offers a surprisingly warm smile and calls out his name. She politely apologizes, admitting she was a bit too rude when they first met. Hyunsung immediately gets the feeling that another stranger wants something important from him. Looking closely at her, a faint memory suddenly begins to spark. He definitely knows her. They have crossed paths somewhere before this very moment. Then it hits him, this is the exact same girl from the shop. the ones who had handed over that incredibly rare, high-grade potion to him. She had been pretty pushy back then, which explains her sudden apology now. No doubt about it, all the pieces quickly fall into place. Hyunsung bows politely, thanking her deeply for the timely rescue. She just smiles, gently telling him that she should be the one apologizing. After all, she has been keeping a very close eye on him. She openly confesses to tracking his moves since the very start of his career. Having observed every single fight, she genuinely regrets not stepping in sooner. Hyunsung is utterly confused by this weird confession. He looks at her with a thoroughly puzzled expression on his face. Her expression turns grave as she explains that these thugs are dangerous criminals. Can you believe it? The hunter is completely floored by this shocking news. He assumed they were merely hot-headed players, causing typical trouble. Instead, he assumes she waited to gather hard evidence of their crimes. But Shin Yuna smiles, admitting she had a completely different reason. She simply wanted to put his combat abilities to the ultimate test. Hyunsung stands shocked that his personal growth was being monitored so closely. Adopting a highly professional tone, she decides it is finally time to introduce herself. She is Shin Yuna, the chief inspector for the entire Players Association. In fact, she never cared about those thugs, she came solely for him. Hyunsung is still completely in the dark about what she truly wants from him. Shin Yuna suggests they head outside to chat in a quieter place. But before they can go, they have to deal with the injured thugs on the floor. She points out that the beaten criminals still need to be properly secured. Nodding obediently, Hyunsung agrees to follow her lead and help tidy things up. Still, he can't help but wonder what exactly makes these men so dangerous. Hun is totally confused. Have these guys done this before? Shin Yuna nods. Yes, they have, but there is a catch. Evidence at the disappearance sites simply does not exist. These thugs were always just suspects, never caught with proof. Plus, investigators still cannot say if they are dead or alive. Did those players vanish, or were they brutally murdered? Hun remembers almost dying during their fierce fight, but something felt off. He intuitively felt their behavior was weird, very weird. After all, those thugs did not try to kill him on the spot. The hunter decides to share this strange observation with Shin Yuna. The girl listens. She completely agrees with his suspicious feeling. They approach the wounded criminals, lying motionless on the ground. Hun asks her a simple question: why did they even attack? Shin Yuna is surprised. Doesn't he realize how serious this is? She tells him they need to get every single detail, fast. In a split second, the girl literally vanishes from thin air. Hun stands there utterly astonished. Magic is truly something else. She instantly teleports right next to the fallen leader of the thugs. She looks down at him. Get up, she says sternly. She knows he is fully conscious and playing dead. But the stubborn thug continues his act, pretending to hear nothing at all. She warns him she doesn't want to play rough, but she will. Shin Yuna begins aggressively, poking him with her sharp spear. Get up now, the leader immediately wakes up in pure agony. He gasps from the painful sting. Shin Yuna just sighs. If you had just stood up nicely, this wouldn't have happened. She demands to know why they suddenly targeted Hun. The leader quickly makes an excuse. He says they were just protecting members. He claims Hun attacked them first, a total lie, obviously. Shin Yuna smiles sweetly, but she doesn't buy it for a second. The bandit gets angry. He shouts that the association cannot treat players like this. You cannot attack innocent people, especially those who cannot fight back. He is screaming now, threatening to report her to the entire association. Just wait and see what they will do to you. Shin Yuna chuckles. How did you know I was with the association? You were supposedly unconscious this whole time, so how could you possibly know that? The thug freezes in absolute terror. He realized his massive mistake. You can almost see the instant panic in his eyes right now. He totally gave himself away. Shin Yuna might look sweet, but in reality, she is a cold-blooded fighter. Killing is nothing to her. She looks down at the terrified bandit with a look of pure, icy disdain. Are you a complete fool? Do you really not understand your situation? Look around, we are deep inside a dangerous, lawless dungeon. If I decide to end your life right here, there will be absolutely no proof left behind. No one from management or the law will ever find out. This outlaw does not expect Hyunsung, whom he attacked, to run to the police. Hyunsung stands there, feeling pretty awkward as his name is dragged into their argument. Shin Yuna smiles coldly, throwing out a terrifying threat. Unless he wants this dungeon to become his grave, he has to start talking. He must tell her everything, with absolutely no secrets and no more stupid lies. He can only survive by proving himself useful as her reliable key witness. Trapped and cornered, this pathetic criminal has absolutely no idea what to do now. He starts screaming in panic, asking if she is actually trying to threaten him. Would an association representative actually execute an innocent hunter for no good reason? Yuna realizes with annoyance that this idiot still does not understand his situation. He still hasn't learned, so she drives her sharp blade into the ground. She aims the tip right at him before turning back to face Hyunsung. This sudden move catches the young hunter completely off guard in this moment. She flashes a sweet smile, asking if he could give them a moment alone. He has absolutely no problem with that, quickly agreeing to head out immediately. She also tells him to make sure none of the unconscious thugs escape. If any criminals disappear, they will face some incredibly serious problems. Hyunsung takes this task very seriously. He understands the stakes, but he is still pretty uneasy about this girl. He cannot believe such a fragile-looking girl is actually this terrifyingly powerful. The bandit leader and the association lady are now left entirely alone. Left completely alone, this terrified villain starts begging for his life. He begs her to spare him, admitting his mistake, but it is too late. Regret will not save him now. He should have thought of that much earlier. Deep from within the woods, only his desperate, agonizing screams can be heard. Outside, Hyunsung tightly grips his trusty vampire weapon to stay on guard. Hearing those terrifying screams echo from the trees, he is slightly taken aback. The young hunter is genuinely surprised by how brutal this girl actually is. He keeps a very close eye on the tied-up criminals nearby. He tries to figure out what their true motive was for this attack. There is no way they could have discovered his unique trading skills. That special ability is a total secret, so what was their leader after? The boss who fought him so fiercely is a complete and total mystery. Maybe it is because of the Sioux Guild or that three-headed monster he killed. He wonders why that association agent has been tailing him so closely. Thinking it over, he realizes with frustration that there are too many questions. What if this powerful guild orchestrated all of this for their own goals? And how is he supposed to explain things if Shin Yuna asks him? She will definitely ask how he single-handedly defeated that three-headed beast. He clenches his teeth, knowing the single most important task right now is to get much stronger, because that annoying Sioux Guild won't stop. They will never let him go. Honestly, even the Hunter Association is suspicious. He cannot fully trust them either, as their actions are far too suspicious. They try to act completely righteous, but Hyunsung knows better. He once thought becoming a licensed player would solve all of his problems. Lost in thought, the young hunter is suddenly interrupted by quiet footsteps from behind. He turns around quickly to see who is sneaking up on him. It is Shin Yuna. She reveals that the bandit was working directly for the Sioux Guild. They ordered him to pressure Hyun, likely aiming to poach him while playing innocent. Their little scheme backfired. The association gathered rock-solid evidence this time. They tracked down everyone involved. Now, the Hunter Association is ready to strike. They can finally deliver a crushing blow to this corrupt guild. Yuna calmly suggests they leave this place first to discuss the details. They step through the glowing dungeon portal, finally returning to the surface world. Outside, the area is swarming. Association agents are already cleaning up. They have tied up the bandit leader, dragging him away like a common prisoner. The rest of the injured criminals are shoved straight into waiting police cars. Talk about terrible luck. The bandits had no idea Hyun was under such heavy surveillance. Just then, quiet footsteps echo near the spot where Hyun and Yuna stand. An unfamiliar girl in a crisp uniform approaches the surprised hunter with a formal look. She politely asks the young hunter if he has a moment to chat. Hyun, always polite, nods and tells her that he is completely free right now. They head straight to the massive, imposing player association headquarters downtown. Hyun can only wonder what these powerful people actually want with him. Now Shin Yuna is carefully choosing her words for this serious talk. She hesitates, trying to find the best way to bring up a delicate matter. She cautiously explains that it is about that mysterious, three-headed monster. Hyun tenses up, asking how they knew he was in that dangerous dungeon. Yuna calmly replies that they simply checked the entrance records. They track exactly who goes into these dungeons and when. Hyun is stunned by this unexpected revelation. He asks with clear frustration if that is even legal. After all, this information is supposed to be strictly confidential. But Yuna shrugs it off. The association has full authority to do so. She explains that they can request any player records if they desperately need to. Then she gets straight to the point, that bizarre three-headed panther incident. Honestly, who wouldn't be sweating bullets? Hyun dreads what she might say next. But Yuna is in no rush to dump all her secrets on the table just yet. The young hunter prepares himself for the absolute worst-case scenario. Yuna looks him dead in the eye with a serious expression. She asks if he understands how incredibly delicate this situation is. Because when it comes to that monster, they know exactly what happened. They know that Hyun was the one who defeated it, nobody else. She had launched an unofficial investigation to quietly test his real combat abilities. But then the bandits crashed the party, complicating her original plan. She even apologizes for not stepping in to help him sooner. Watching him fight those criminals only proved her theories about his hidden powers. She is absolutely certain he took down that terrifying beast all by himself. The combat techniques he showed today perfectly match the physical evidence. Everything points directly to him as the true killer. Hyunsung realizes the absolute mess he is currently in. He got himself cornered, and now his secret is completely out in the open. He asks cautiously, is hiding a monster kill really considered a crime? Shinyuna quickly reassures him that it is absolutely not a crime. In fact, the association tracked him down for a completely different reason. They just want to thank him and reward his incredible work with some serious cash. Hyunsung is stunned. He never expected them to actually offer him a reward. Shinyuna smiles. Yes, there is a massive cash payout for taking down that beast. Plus, the association has an incredibly sweet deal waiting for him. Catching on, Hyunsung gets straight to the point. Do they want to recruit him? He bluntly states he has no interest in joining. He has zero desire to join any kind of official organization. Shinyuna just smiles, admitting they expected that, but asks him to listen anyway. The association is ready to match any massive sign-on bonus from the top guilds. We are talking a cool 1 billion won, plus official association membership benefits. He will also get access to some incredible perks that normal hunters can only dream of. We are talking tax exemptions and completely free rentals of legendary-grade equipment. Hyunsung gets curious and asks if he has to reveal his full status screen to join. Shinyuna calmly explains that Hyunsung only needs to pass one quick, simple test. All he has to do is answer a few basic questions completely honestly. Hyunsung grows highly suspicious, wondering if this woman is actually a professional investigator. Her special skill has zero to do with combat and is normally used by police. This strange psychological ability is called truth contact, and it is incredibly accurate. It allows her to detect lies with flawless precision. If the target tells the absolute truth, the room remains completely normal. But there is a catch. If the person being questioned tells even a tiny lie during the interrogation, a bright red aura will instantly explode all around them. Talk about high pressure. He cannot believe they are willing to go to such extreme lengths for him. They could easily hire veterans with way more experience. Shinyuna counters that high-level players are not always the best fit. She knows Hyunsung has the exact rare talent they are looking for. They have been monitoring him, and a player like him is a must-have. The association absolutely wants him locked down in their ranks. She insists, believe me, you are much more powerful than you let on. But Hyunsung points out he is only level 20. They do not even know his limit.